Do we have another interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Very good.
All right, we're now live on the YouTube. I'm going to ask, right now, I'm going to mute everyone except me. You have the opportunity to unmute yourself on the screen, but I'm getting the impression, Mr. Schulman, you've got some ambient noise in the background and kind of interrupting things.
Okay. Let me shut the door, Your Honor.
Judge, can you please check to see if there's that option that you would have to enable the interpretation, please?
Press start.
Okay, there you go.
All right, now it's good. All right, these hearings are being conducted remotely on Zoom and live streamed on the court's YouTube channel. No recording of this hearing are permitted other than by the official court reporter. Any violation of these instructions are punishable by contempt of court. Please mute your microphone and only unmute when you are speaking. Please do not speak over other participants. If there is an objection, please state objection, wait for the speaker to stop. If they don't stop, I will intervene, and then briefly state the basis of your objection. During these hearings, do not use the chat option on the options bar unless the court grants permission. If anyone needs to have a private attorney-client conference or a sidebar conversation, you may ask to be placed in a breakout room for a private conversation. We are automatically invoking the rule for exclusion of witnesses in all Zoom hearings. Other than parties and counsel, any witnesses will remain in the Zoom waiting room until they are called to testify. While waiting to testify, witnesses may not view or listen to the YouTube live stream, and parties may not communicate with witnesses. All right, at this time, I'll call the docket. We just have two cases on the docket thus far. Chavez Martinez versus Chavez Garcia. Mr. Schulman, Mr. McGivern, are you all ready? Gotta unmute you here. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. The petitioner announces ready here with Mr. Martinez.
All right. And Mr. McGivern, are you ready? Can't hear you. You're not muted, but you can't hear
Yes,
you.
I'm ready, except for the fact that I'm still waiting for my client to actually call into the hearing, which I expect will be soon.
All right. And how long is this case going to take?
Your Honor, my case in chief, about an hour and 15 minutes.
What are the issues in the case?
Your Honor, it's very simple. Essentially, there's no community property, very little debt. The issue would be Mr. Martinez's separate property that he had prior to the marriage in Mexico. And then the issue would be to establish that there is a home that he owned prior to the marriage that was gift deeded at a time when he did not establish it as a marital homestead with his current wife. And we just needed to prove that up a little bit. Other than that, there's really not a whole lot to decide here.
Have you conferred with Mr. McGivern?
But very much so, Your Honor.
Mr. McGivern, are there any other issues that you're aware of?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And the second case is Lydia Gonzalez versus Mark Ball. Ms. Torres, are you ready? You're muted, ma'am.
Your Honor, we're ready on that.
All right, and is Mr. Ball here?
He's the movant. He filed this pro se and I was hired and got a continuance on the 12th, but it's his hearing.
Do you expect him to be here? You don't know.
I've had only communication with him at the last setting. So I'm not sure. I don't understand why he wouldn't. I expected him to be present.
The issue is modification of child support.
It's support, Your Honor, but part of the basis of the modification of the support has to deal with possession and access, which is in the terms of the decree that we're operating under. There's a dispute about whether or not he should be advancing to that phase. So there is going to be some testimony, some evidence on some SoberLink reports that will determine whether he gets into the second phase, which would affect child support as he is requesting for it to be reduced if he's going into an expanded possession schedule.
All right.
I estimate it's going to be at least 2 hours, Your Honor.
Hard to imagine with a pro se movement.
He talks a lot, so it could happen.
I stop talkers a lot.
Okay.
Okay, well, since you've announced for more time than the first case and Mr. Ball is not yet present, we'll go ahead and start with the Chavez Martinez versus Chavez Garcia. Is your client present, Mr. Schulman?
Yes, he is, and he's ready to be sworn.
And
Coleman, I'm sorry, Judge. I wanted to let you know I emailed you and I still do not have your exhibits in box.
Okay, well, those two other exhibits, the box indicated all my exhibits were in there. And then I had trouble uploading 2 exhibits, and I got them to upload last night. So the box showed that all the exhibits were there.
They're not there. They're not there. I'm looking in box right now and I don't show anything in the box.
Well, you know, I went to the site and I uploaded it.
I'm just telling you, they're not in there.
Okay, we'll just do it on testimony then.
Okay.
I don't know what to say, Your Honor, but I followed the procedure and they indicated they were uploaded. But we'll just proceed on testimony, Your Honor.
all right, well, Mr. Ball here on the iPhone. You're-
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ball, we're going to start with the other case. I'm going to mute you. Ms. Torres, would it do any good for you and Mr. Ball to confer? I can put you in the breakout room.
If I think we sent him our exhibits also. If he wants to talk about those, I don't have an issue with discussing the.
All right, Mr. Ball, I'm going to put you and Ms. Torres in a breakout room. Is there any, would you want your client in there, Ms. Torres?
Lydia, do you want? Yes, she's indicating yes. So.
Should receive an invitation on your screen to join. And please.
Are you talking to me, Your Honor?
Yep.
What should I should be getting an invitation to do what?
To join a breakout room, and you need to just agree to join.
I don't have such an item. Yes, I think I just
got
got
it.
it. Thank you.
All
Your
right.
Honor, if I may.
Yes.
My client reports that she has called in. I believe that she may be in the waiting room.
There's nobody in the waiting room.
Okay.
Do you have anybody, Elizabeth?
No, sir, I don't see anyone else in the waiting room.
She must have called in on the incorrect link. Everybody else has made it.
Your Honor, I'll keep working to rectify clarify that. I
I've got
apologize.
two people here that I don't know. Miss Ray,
Your Honor, Mr. Reyes is a paralegal of mine. He's bilingual. I asked him to sit in on the hearing.
no, I was asking Tuesday Ray. Is that, Miss Ray, are you connected to one of the cases?
Mr. Miguel Chavez and Idalia Chavez.
All right.
I believe she's a witness, Your Honor. I believe she's from Adult Protective Services.
All right.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put you, you heard my instructions regarding witnesses, Miss Ray, and I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. All right. And is it,
Miss Leon, we can't hear you.
you're on the Spanish channel, I guess. But I'm a pretty good lip reader.
That'll help.
No, I'm not that good.
Let me just text her.
You can use the chat function. We're going to wait a minute for Mr. McGivern's client. Are you in contact with him, Mr. McGivern?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a paralegal trying to instruct her on how to join the meeting now.
Okay.
Your Honor, while we just have counsel on the line, considering the problem with the Dropbox identifying all the exhibits that were confirmed to me were there, not admitting exhibits of properties in Mexico. However, these documents were conveyed to Mr. McGivern. And for the purposes of this hearing, I was wondering, since they can't be admitted as evidence, depending upon the court's judgment on the disposition of these properties, whether Mr. McGivern would stipulate that in the event that they're awarded to my client or not, that the documents identifying these two properties could be attached as exhibits to the judgment so they could be properly identified.
You understand his request, Mr. McGivern?
Yes, just to repeat it, he's referring, I believe, to Exhibit Petitioners 1, or what's been pre-labeled as that. Obviously, it hasn't been admitted.
And Mr. McGivern, it's also P10, which would have been the house in Mexico, in Piedras Negras, which is also given to you. And again, not for evidentiary purposes, but merely that because of the problem with the exhibit not having been secured in the Dropbox, apparently.
That may be the problem when we're not using Dropbox.
Okay.
You may have, maybe great in.
No, I don't mean Dropbox. I meant the Travis County's box.
Right.
I'm still learning how to use the Abacus, Your Honor.
Mr. Shulman, I've been sitting here for 2 days and have heard other cases in Travis County. This is the first case where anybody's had trouble with this.
Well, Your Honor, I guess approaching 40 years in legal practice, maybe I'm just not up to speed.
It may be a little bit outside of the
You're
box.
younger than me, Mr. Shulman, so don't claim an age disability, please.
Well, I followed the instructions and it did indicate it was Travis County. I got the link and it showed that they were all uploaded. So that's all. That's my sworn testimony, Your Honor.
I'm sure they'll find it in some other case one of these days. All right, what are we going to do, gentlemen, about the exhibits?
Your Honor, I have no problem stipulating with.
Mr. Shulman, while we're waiting for Mr. McGivern's client, would you email to me the exhibits you want to admit or use? I can see them during the hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll have to do that. I mean, myself. Okay. Actually, they're on this computer. I need to hurry an emergency. They didn't get any of my exhibits. We need them all emailed to the court, to Elizondo. To Elizabeth Elizondo. Yes, they're being sent up, Your Honor. To Elizabeth Elizondo's email. Would that be appropriate?
Well, that's not mine. Elizabeth's in Lockhart and I'm in Seguin.
Oh, your email. What is that email, Your Honor?
You have a pencil?
Okay.
Judge, if I think I have them, so I can forward them to you, Judge, if that's what you prefer.
Let's do that then. Just send them to Elizabeth and she'll forward them to me.
Judge, and Ms. Leon's there's some difficulty with the translation, so if you will disable it, that's probably going to be better. We're not able to hear her when she's translating.
Oh, I see. Wait, here.
Mm-mm.
All right. Can you hear you now, Ms. Leon? Good. Loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes, Leon. Leon, this isn't going to work. Mr. Schulman's client is with him. You hear me? Mr. Schulman, do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Are you hearing?
Yes, sir. I can hear, sir.
Mr. Schulman, can you hear?
Yes, sir. I can hear. Can you hear me?
Did you hear the court interpreter just now?
I did not, Your Honor.
Can you hear us now, Ms. Leon? Yeah, see, we can't hear you. I went in and turned off interpretation and now they can hear. When I turn on the Spanish channel, they cannot hear. So, or the English channel. For you, they can't hear. So we have a problem with the interpretation channel.
Your Honor, if and when my client successfully joins by phone, I suspect that being on the phone only, she may have trouble picking an option between channels.
Right.
So it might make sense to just.
I think we're
involve
just
it on
going
the
to
same
do the
audio channel.
old-fashioned simultaneous translation thing. But
That'll be fine, Your Honor. I have no objection with that.
I don't know how to. I just turned it on the English channel. Now, can you hear him, Mr. Schulman?
I can't hear Miss Leon if she's talking.
Yeah. you hear me?
For them to testify, I will unmute myself. But for now, I need the phone number. I need you to, okay. Can you hear me, Mr. McGivern?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I can hear you too, Ms. Leon.
Thank you so much. I need your client's phone number so that I can have a conference call with them. And I'm going to be adding both of them to the phone call. I will be interpreting simultaneously for them. And I will mute myself so that I don't interrupt the hearing. And when it's their time to speak or testify, then I will unmute myself and translate whatever they're doing. Okay, so if you can give me through the chat, maybe phone number. Okay.
I assume this is Mr. McGivern's client that I just admitted here, but she's on her cell phone in this hearing. Now, can she then get involved in a conference call with you if she's on this Zoom call on her cell phone?
Okay. Right. Mr. Schulman, can you tell your client to give you the phone number so that I can add him to the phone call?
Yes, we can use 512
Mhm.
750 72.
750-72
53.
53. Perfect.
Necesito usar el teléfono para hablar también. Hola, ¿qué tal?
Judge, I've sent you a few emails. I forwarded a few emails that they've already sent over.
Thank you. Yes, I've got them. I've gotten 3.
Okay. Mr. McGivern, that is your client with the number ending 274?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna change her name on there.
Okay.
I've asked her to unmute, Mr. McGivern, but she.
Hello?
Mr. McGivern, that's me calling your client to the number you gave me.
Okay.
Can you give him the phone so that I can start?
She's not physically with me. Maybe, and I can't text her. She doesn't text. If you tell her over this channel in Spanish that you're calling her, I think she'll hear you though.
Okay. As soon as I have this one ready to go. Bueno. Bueno.
Bueno.
Mr. Shulman, we're unable to communicate with, excuse me, Mr. McGivern, we're unable to communicate with your client. She won't unmute. We don't have video.
I mean, Your Honor, I think at this point she can only hear what we're discussing in this channel and she doesn't understand English. So we would need Miss Leon to explain to her over this channel what's happening.
Ms. Leon?
Yes, I am calling her over the phone right now.
She's on the phone. She's not going to answer. She's on the phone. She's on
Okay.
her phone is what she's appearing in this Zoom call.
She needs to answer the phone so that she can hear the interpretation.
No, hang up, please, Miss Leon. I want to give you some instruction.
Okay.
Oh, all right. She doesn't understand me. She disconnected.
Ok, ella se tiene que desconectar de la pantalla.
She disconnected. She's gone. Go ahead and call her. Tell her to.
¿Yo me tengo que desconectar?
No, Your Honor, I have both of them on my phone.
All right, but we need her to appear if she's going to testify. I assume she's going to testify, Mr. McGivern?
Yes, Your Honor.
I need to be able to see and hear her.
Necesitamos verla en la pantalla porque va a testificar. Entonces, no solamente tiene que oír, sino tiene que estar en la pantalla. ¿Puede usted meterse al canal de Zoom para que la podamos ver?
Ms. Leon, does she have a computer other than her phone that she can use to log into this call?
Ok, sí, está bien.
I am telling Mrs. Idalia Chavez to get off the phone and try to get in the Zoom to be able to see her. Once we're having her there, we probably can do the phone call at the same time or try to enable the English channel again. I don't know why it didn't work.
I don't know either.
The only problem with
You
that,
know what? I know what happened. We're going to do over this, but the two attorneys that were not able to hear me was because they didn't choose the English channel. You and the court reporter could hear me very well when I was in the English channel. The two attorneys didn't know that they had to choose the English channel. When I was in the English channel, they were not hearing me because they didn't have that choice. So let's do it over again. Have Mrs. Idalia Chavez.
Wait a minute, I've got to start the interpretation.
Okay.
All right, now it's available. Use the channel, gentlemen.
Yes.
I can hear you only over the telephone.
Choose the English channel, Mr. Schulman.
How do you choose the language? Oh, the interpretation? Oh, okay. So you don't want me to choose English? I can hear.
All right, good. We can hear you finally.
Okay.
All right. So lawyer error was the.
Sí.
real quickly, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but with your client, Mr. Schulman, in the same room as you, there's going to be an echo. I'm going to hear, there's an echo with y'all being in the same room because I'm going to hear when you're open, I'm going to hear the Spanish at the same time as the English. But I can hear him talking through Mr. Schulman's. He's going to have to mute himself.
Some of the audio from the phone.
Right, when he's talking.
Well, let's wait and see how it goes. We may, like I said, we may do this the old-fashioned way of just having Miss Leon sit there and we'll wait for her to finish her translation before we have the next question. It'll be slower, but we'll work it out.
Sí.
Can you hear that, Shana?
So no, when she's on mute, I can't hear that.
Well, that's what she'll be on.
Okay, there was a time like when he was answering, of course, he's speaking in Mr. Schulman's office, and so then I can hear him.
Right. But
We'll just have to, it may just have to, it may not be able to be simultaneous. We'll just have to see. Yeah.
he won't be speaking. He'll just.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Mr. McGivern, is your paralegal working with her?
I've asked him to. I was hoping that Miss Leone's instruction to call back in was going to be adequate, but
All right. I'm going to duck into the breakout room with the other case, and I'll be right back.
I have my paralegal calling her right now, so.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. That they need to, right. I don't, right. They could hear you, but right. Right. Yeah. Back and forth. Yes, ma'am. Right. Yes, ma'am. No.
Sophia, the other thing that I was experiencing was then like even when Mr. Schulman was speaking and even sometimes the judge, I couldn't hear them. So I don't know if it maybe. Okay, we'll just see how it goes. This is the first time that we've done it this way, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
And Mr. Schulman,
Okay.
and Mr. Schulman, we can't even see your client and you're moving around. And so that isn't good.
Okay, let me get my client.
And then you
Right
have
on.
that light. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
we're
you
gonna
could-
turn that off. Okay, there
That's
is.
better. I don't know if you can put maybe something over your windows. Or it's got that glare and it's just not, let me see. Okay, Mr. McGivern, here's your client. So her name is Adelia Chavez Garcia or Garcia Chavez?
Chavez Garcia.
Chavez Garcia. Let me change her name.
She's calling in by phone, just using the phone number. So I'm not sure if we can give her the option to do that.
So Mr. McGivern, she's just calling in by phone. We're not going to be able to have a video of her.
Correct.
I have no objection to that, Your Honor.
I apologize. The First Amendment Travis County Associate Judge's rules said at the bottom that I'm implied by noting that there was a telephone only option that would be permissible. Although less convenient, obviously.
Elizabeth, have they been conducting hearings on cell phone only? I like to be able to see here witnesses. Hello? Can you all hear me? All right. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start the hearing. We'll see how it goes. If it's a train wreck, we'll reschedule or recess. She won't unmute, so I can't ask her.
Being on mute means that we can't hear her, but she should still be able to hear us. So if you were to explain this in Spanish over this channel that we can all hear, then she should hear you.
Mr. Schulman?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if there's a way that y'all can both be in the picture, because if you're going to be speaking, I need to be able to see you as well. I need to know who's speaking.
Okay, let me see.
Seated.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sí.
All right, thank you. Ms. Allen, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly and correctly interpret for the court, the attorneys, and the person being examined, all the proceedings in this case into the language that the witness understands, and you will repeat the statements made by said witness into the English language to the best of your skill and judgment, so help you God? All right. Very well, I'm calling up for hearing the Chavez Martinez versus Chavez Garcia's case. Both parties have announced present and ready. Mr. McGivern, your client is not literally on this Zoom call. She is hearing this only through the interpreter, and I presume when she testifies, will only respond through the interpreter. Do you agree to waive her appearance on the Zoom call and proceed under this arrangement?
Yes.
Petitioner has no objection to that method either, Your Honor.
All right, I don't think you get to object to that. All right. I guess, Mr. Shulman, give me in the 25 words or less version of what the issues are in this case, please.
Very simply, Your Honor, there are no children. There are only property issues. The sole community property in the case would be about $200 in a Chase checking account. We're going to give her half of it. There's one $99 debt to Bell's department store. Mr. Martinez is going to pay for that. There are certain separate property items, jewelry, that we're going to ask the court to award to Mr. Martinez, some jewelry and some tools. That's it. Mr. Martinez owns as separate property 2 properties in Mexico, one consisting of 4 undeveloped lots in Piedras Negras, state of Oaxaca, Mexico, and as well as a home also located in Piedras Negras, Mexico. Both of these properties were purchased, paid for prior to the marriage. There were no community funds expended in the payment of these properties or the maintenance or improvements of these properties. There is also another issue regarding another property that was previously owned by Mr. Martinez. It is a home located in 1901 Canterbury in Austin, Texas. The evidence is going to show that that house was purchased in '73, paid for in 1980, and was never maintained as a marital homestead. He married Idalia, the respondent, on March the 14th, 2007, and never resided with her in that property until on or about May of 2013. And on April the 6th, 2007, the property was conveyed by gift deed to Miss Olvida Chavez and her brother. And we just want a declaration that that is neither the community nor the separate property of any parties to the estate. There's also an issue of medical neglect, and that's going to be a very brief issue. That's it.
All right. Mr. McGivern, do you have anything to add? Do I have an opening statement?
Your Honor, we agree with the characterization of the issues. It's just going to be a matter of, introducing evidence to prove them. Although in general, or separate from that, with regard to petitioner's allusion to medical neglect, I would object to the relevance of that. Well, I intend to object to the relevance of that.
Your
Okay,
Honor, at
we'll
this
take that
juncture,
up at time, Mr. Shulman.
I was just going to say, we'll stipulate that because there's no community property, I agree it's irrelevant. So I don't think it has any evidentiary value in terms of the ultimate outcome. So we'll waive that.
Okay, great. Anything else, Mr. McGivern?
No, Your Honor.
Call your first witness, Mr. Shulman.
Your Honor, at this time, I call Miguel Chavez Martinez. If he would raise his right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you may give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sí. Hey,
Sir, is your name Miguel Chavez Martinez?
sí,
Did you bring this case for divorce against Idalia Chavez Garcia?
hey,
Before you filed this divorce against her, did you live in the state of Texas for 6 months and in the county of Travis for 90 days?
sí,
Has your marriage to her become insupportable because of a conflict of personalities?
sí, ya no había posibilidades.
Is there any possibility that you could work out your differences with her and resume marriage?
No,
Of your marriage to her, were there any children born?
¿hubo qué? No,
Were there any children adopted?
no, no,
Okay. Now, prior to marrying Idalia, did you own properties in Mexico?
sí,
Okay. Well, wait a minute. Before we do that, I want to ask you, as we speak today, do you have any money in the bank other than the Chase account?
no más tengo unos 200 pesos.
Are you asking the court to award to your wife, Idalia, 1/2 of whatever is in that account?
Pues sí,
Other than that, do you have any money in the bank? Do you have any other stocks or anything of value that you acquired during the marriage?
no,
Do you have any retirement, any pension payments that you receive?
no,
Is your only source of income your Social Security that you get from the government?
es todo. Ajá,
And about how much do you receive every month from the government?
como 1,000 pesos por mes. $1,000 por mes. 1,000 o 1,050 por ahí, no más de eso.
Does your wife also has received separately Social Security?
Sí,
Do you know how much she receives?
aproximadamente como unos $800. Yeah.
Other than what you've described, that is the Chase account, are there any monies, bank accounts, stocks, or anything that you have?
No,
Now, do you own any cars, motorcycles, boats?
no.
Well, do you,
Mr. Shulman, please wait till the interpreter translates the answer before you start your next question.
very well, Your Honor, thank you. do you own a truck?
Sí, tengo una troca.
When did you buy the truck?
Before married with Idalia.
Mr. Schulman, your client needs to answer in Spanish.
Oh,
We're going to either do this all English or all
Antes de casarme con Idalia. No, en español. Antes de casarme con Idalia. Before married with Idalia.
no, no, shh. Solamente en español.
Antes de casarme con Idalia.
Did you
Yeah.
pay for this truck in full before you married her?
Sí.
What kind of truck is it and the year?
Chevrolet 2001. Ajá.
Now, before you married Idalia, did you own 4 lots in Mexico?
Sí.
Sir, I'm handing you a document called P1 consisting of 4 pages. Can you look at each page?
Ajá.
Would you look at each page?
Ajá. Es,
Did you look at page 1?
sí, lote uno. Ajá.
Did you look at page 2?
De página 2. Sí.
Did you look at page 3?
De página 3.
Yes or no? Did you see it?
De página 3. Sí, página 3. Sí.
Did you look at page 4?
Sí, la estoy viendo. Es la página 4 también.
Okay. Did you buy this property on or about November of 1978?
Ajá, sí.
Did you pay for this property before you married your current wife, Idalia?
Sí.
Did you make any payments on this property after you married your current wife, Idalia?
¿Cómo dijo? No.
Did you pay anything to improve or maintain the property, these 4 lots, after you married Idalia?
No. No.
Are you asking this judge to award this property to you as your sole and separate property?
Sí.
Your Honor, at this time, we would proffer for admission petitioners Exhibit 1A through D.
Mr. Schulman, I'm looking at it. I have no idea how to admit it into evidence. We're doing entirely electronic submissions in Travis County, as I understand it.
Okay, Your Honor, that's fine. We'll do it on testimony then, sir. Now, prior to marrying Idalia, did you and your second wife have a house in Piedras Negras, state of Coahuila, Mexico?
Sí.
Okay. And do you know when you bought this house?
¿Cómo dijo? ¿Cuándo? I can't remember.
No. About how many years ago do you think?
No recuerdo exactamente, pero ya que envido de mi segunda esposa. O sea, en unas palabras, esa casa la mandé a hacer en vida de mi segunda esposa.
And was it paid for before you married Idalia?
Sí,
After you married Idalia, did you pay any monies to pay for this house or to maintain this house or to make improvements on this house?
no,
Do you have a nephew who made improvements to this house?
sí,
Did
un
you,
nieto.
did you pay your nephew or give him anything to make improvements on this house?
No, él pagó todo.
Is this house located at 213 Alejo Gonzalez, Piedras Negras, state of Coahuila, Mexico?
Ah, sí,
Are you asking the court to award this property to you as your sole and separate property?
sí,
Is the title to this house still in the name of your second wife with whom you purchased this house?
sí,
Now, before you married Idalia, did you also have a house?
Mr. Schulman,
I'll sit down.
well,
Sorry.
no, the question I have is, he said the property is in the name of the second wife.
Okay. Yes.
How many wives has he had, and which one are we currently divorcing here?
We're divorcing number 3. That wife was number 2. And I will clarify for something about that.
All right.
ajá,
Regarding the house that you purchased with your second wife in Piedras Negras, state of Coahuila, Mexico, you said it was titled in her name, right?
sí,
Okay. Did your second wife pass away?
sí, ya murió, murió en el 2001.
Now, did you also have a house here in Travis County located at 1901 Canterbury, Canterbury Street in Austin, Texas?
Sí, sí, sí la tengo. Esa la casa la compré en vida de mi segunda esposa.
Did you buy that house on or about September the 11th of 1973?
Ajá, sí,
Was that house paid for in 1980 completely?
sí, sí,
Did you make repairs on the house before you married Idalia in 2005?
sí, hicimos reparaciones antes de casarme con ella.
And were those repairs complete before you married her?
¿Cómo dijo? Sí,
Did you make any payments for those repairs after you married your current wife, Idalia?
no, no,
Now, when you married Idalia, where did you live?
vivía en Lawrenceville, Georgia. Lawrenceville, Georgia.
How long did you live with Idalia in Lawrenceville, Georgia, after marrying her?
No me acuerdo, pero algunos 2, 3 años.
After you left Lawrenceville, Georgia, where did you move with your wife, Idalia?
A la casa de mi hija, el 2105 Garden Street, Austin, Texas.
And how long did you stay with Idalia at that location, at that house?
Estuvimos como unos 6, 7 años.
Did you move into your current house at 1901 Canterbury Street in the year 2013?
De ahí nos movimos a la 1901 Kennedy. La 1901 Kennedy.
Now, is it true that you married Idalia on the March 14th of 2007?
Sí.
Is it true that you gave this property through what we call a gift deed to your daughter, Oliva Araceli Chavez, and to your son, Miguel Angel Chavez Sanchez,
Sí.
on April the 6th of 2008?
Sí.
And why did you give that property to your son and daughter?
¿Cómo dijo? Fue cuando todavía vivía mi esposa que ella dijo que quería que esas casas fueran para ellos.
Would that have been your second wife?
Ajá.
No. You can't say, Please answer yes or no. Would that have been your second wife? Is that the wife that passed away in 2001?
Ajá. No.
Let me ask it again. Is that the wife that passed away in 2001? Yes or no?
Sí. Sí.
Okay. Now, did you ever live with Idalia in the house at 1901 Canterbury in Austin, Texas, prior to the year 2013?
Hasta el 2003, del 2003 en adelante.
Did you and your current wife, Idalia, ever file with the court or any paper or with the county any document saying that that was your marital estate with Idalia?
Are you talking about this property that was conveyed in 2008?
Yes.
What's the relevance of this testimony? It wasn't even.
Well, we just want to establish that that this property is neither the separate nor the community property of the parties. I mean, if we can get a stipulation to that effect, I'll
I mean, just present your evidence, but if it isn't in his name.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I don't see the relevance of this.
Okay, we'll move on. Did you separate from Idalia in about May of 2019?
que si yo me había separado. Sí.
When you separated from her, where did you move?
A las 10. Cuando me separé de quién? ¿De Italia? Me vine a vivir con mi hija. Olvido Chávez.
And what address was that, sir?
En 2005. Garden Street, Austin, Texas. 2005, Garden Street, Austin, Texas, 78702. Ajá. Yes, sí.
When you left that house, did you leave some personal possessions at that house?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you leave at that house some jewelry?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Oh, sí, dejé algo así de joyería, poquito, pero dejé. Sí.
Now, did you leave other things at the house of value?
¿Algo qué? Dos acordeones.
Did you leave a diamond and gold ring?
Sí, en un anillo.
One diamond ring?
Yeah.
With gold.
Hey.
Did you also leave another ring that was just gold?
También que eran de oro, pero no tenían diamante, más eran de oro.
Did you also leave a gold bracelet?
¿Alguna qué? Sí, también dejé una.
Did you also leave $700 in cash?
Sí.
Do you know what happened to the
Yeah.
What happened to it? Did you also, when you left the house at 1901 Canterbury, did you also leave $700 in cash at that house?
I leave. Sí.
Do you know what happened to that money? Do you know what happened to that $700?
No, no sé qué pasaría con ella, si los agarraría ella o estarían ahí, no sé.
Are you asking the court to award you as your property the gold and diamond ring?
¿Me repite la palabra? Y es por separado.
Are you asking the court to award you the pure gold ring that you left at the house?
Hey.
Are you asking the court to award you the gold bracelet that you left at the house?
Sí,
Are you asking the court to award you the 2 accordions that were left at the house?
sí.
Okay. Are there any other monies or things that, in this case, that we haven't talked about?
Bueno, pues dejé unas botas seminuevas, sombrero tejano. Y como unos 5 pares de zapatos. Y ropa, mucha ropa.
So are you asking the court to award you all of your personal clothing, possessions, and personal effects?
Sí. Sí.
Pass the witness.
Before we proceed, Ms. Lowen, do you need a recess? Shana, can you proceed for a little while? All right. Go ahead, Mr. McGivern.
Mr. Martinez, my name is Brian McGivern. I'm the attorney for your wife, Idalia Garcia, Chavez Garcia, excuse me. I wanted to ask you a few follow-up questions about the properties that we've been discussing. First, I understood your testimony about the house on Canterbury Street was that you bought it in 1973 and completed paying off the mortgage in 1980. Is that correct?
Sí.
You also have.
Honor, would he be instructed to answer yes or no, please?
Mr. Shulman,
Sí.
you can instruct him. Mr. Martinez, sí or no? No,
Okay.
Go ahead.
When you also have a home on Holly Street, correct, in Austin?
¿Tengo una qué? Sí.
Mr. Schulman, unless you're going to make an objection, it might be wise for you to mute your microphone to minimize echo.
I want to hear him.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, what year did you buy the home on Holly Street?
¿Cuándo? ¿Me repite la palabra?
Yes. Mr. Martinez, what year did you buy the home that you owned on Holly Street?
De la 7th Street. No le entendí.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that answer, Ms. Lown?
¿De qué casa está hablando? ¿De qué casa está hablando?
Did you own more than one house on Holly Street?
No, nomás una.
Okay. What year did you buy the house that you owned on Holly Street?
No me acuerdo. Pero hace muchos años.
Okay. Was there a mortgage on that home?
Como dijo,
Did you buy that home using a mortgage?
¿me puedes repetir? Sí, sí, pedí un préstamo al banco.
Did you pay off that loan? Or
No, sí, hace muchos años.
what year was that?
No me acuerdo la verdad, ya hace mucho tiempo de eso.
Was it before you married your current wife?
Oh, sí. Esa fue en compañía de mi segunda esposa.
And your testimony was that since you married your current wife, you made no repairs or improvements to either of the homes that you owned in Austin. Is that correct?
No, no le hemos hecho reparación.
Okay. Sir, I would like to shift my questions now to the properties in Mexico.
¿Cómo dijo?
First, I'd like to ask you about the 4 lots that we discussed first today.
Ajá.
Sir, are
Esos-
those lots,
¿Qué tienen los 4 terrenos? ¿Cómo?
are those 4 lots empty?
Sí,
There's no building structure on them at all?
no.
What are they being used for currently?
¿Cómo dijo? Nada, están solos.
Let me ask you next about the home that you own in Piedras Negras.
La casa, ¿cuál casa?
Do you own more than one house in Piedras Negras?
No, lo más una.
Okay. You testified, and forgive me, I don't recall if you testified that it was your nephew or your grandson, but that that relative of yours had made improvements on the home sometime after you got married to your current wife. Is that correct?
Ellos hicieron mejores, pero ellos, con dinero de ellos, yo no puse ni un 5. Porque como esa casa yo se la había dejado a mi hija, Leticia, entonces el marido, como él es albañil, él arregló de todo a todo.
Are they living in that home?
¿Entiendes? Sí.
Did you help pay for any of the expenses associated with those repairs?
No, ellos lo pagaron todo.
Did they use any materials that you may have had on site?
No, ellos no.
Now I'd like to shift to what your testimony was about the personal property that you left in your home at on Canterbury Street.
¿Cómo dice?
Well, you testified before about moving out of the home on Canterbury Street and leaving property, including 2 accordions, a diamond ring, a gold bracelet, and $500 in cash, along with, well, I'll just leave it at that.
Sí.
Isn't it true that when you moved out, your wife was in Mexico?
Mi esposa, ¿qué? No, ya ahí estaba ella.
Would you agree that she's been to Mexico since you moved out?
Yo me salí de la casa cuando ella estaba allí en la casa. Porque ella no quería que estuviera yo allí.
I'll pass the witness.
Redirect, Your Honor, very brief.
Very brief.
Sir, do you remember me showing you this gift deed where on April the 16th, 2008, you gave the property in 1901 Canterbury to your son and daughter? You remember that?
Esa propiedad se la di a mi hija Olvido Chávez y a Miguel Ángel Chávez.
Now, I'm showing you the third page of that gift deed. Do you see where it says 1901 Canterbury Street, referring to the property that you gave to your son and daughter?
Sí. En ese tiempo vivía en Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Do you also see in that same? No, that wasn't my question. Do you see on what's called Exhibit A to this deed, dated April 6th of 2007, that you gave, it lists the property 1901 Canterbury Street, Travis County, Texas, as a property that you gave to your son and daughter? You see that?
Sí.
And was that in your, and that was your intent in signing this deed to give that property to them, correct?
Sí.
Do you also see another property identified as Lot 11, Block F, OLT 49 and 50, Division of Driving Park Addition, also known as 2104 Holly Street, Travis County in Austin, Texas, 78702?
Sí.
So is it true that you gave both of those properties at the same time, April 6th of 2007, to your son and daughter, correct? Is that true?
Sí.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you this very briefly, the same questions about that property. and Holly Street. Was that property purchased in about 1973?
¿Qué tiene esa propiedad?
Holly Street.
Igual.
Did you buy that property in about 1973? At the same time you bought the Canterbury?
Sí,
Did you also pay for that property in
sí,
1980?
también. Ajá. Sí,
Did you make any payments on that property or make any improvements to that property on Holly Street, talking about Holly Street, after you married Idalia, your current wife?
no,
Did you ever at any time live with your current wife Idalia as husband and wife at 2104 Holly Street in Austin, Travis County, Texas?
no,
Did you ever file a homestead declaration with the county or a court on the property known as 2104 Holly Street, Travis County, Austin, Texas?
no.
Pass the witness.
Anything else, Mr. McGivern, for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, Mr. Shulman.
We would rest, Your Honor.
Are you going to have a witness, Mr. McGivern?
Your Honor, would it be possible for me to confer for
Un
5 minutes
testigo
with my
como de
client
qué?
in a breakout room?
Confer what?
Confer for 5 minutes with my client in a breakout room.
She's not part of this Zoom call, so I guess I could put you and the interpreter in there.
That would work.
All right. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm going to we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and I'm going to put you all in room number 2.
Okay.
Should receive an invitation there, Mr. McGivern, Ms. Leon, to you got it, Mr. McGivern?
Okay.
All right, we're in recess. Shannon, go get a drink.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Showman, this off the record.
Yes, sir.
You're not pursuing the medical negligence claim?
No, sir.
No, there's,
Um,
isn't there a lady here from Adult Services?
Yes, I think we attempted to release her. If not, she can be released.
Oh, okay, yeah, she's gone. Who is Joanne Torres?
She's with the other case, Judge.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna go in the breakout room and see if I need any more time here.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right. We're waiting for the interpreter, Mr. Showman. She needed a break.
Very well, Your Honor. I can understand that.
Yeah. While we're doing that, I'd like to talk to the lawyers in a breakout room, so I'm gonna put it in there.
Sure. Hey, Your Honor. Do you want my client to leave, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Puede esperar afuera, por favor. El juez que quiere hablar solamente con los abogados ahorita.
Ok.
All right. You should get an invitation to go to breakout room 3. We got it?
Invitation.
Yes.
Yes, yes, sir.
Ms. Lown, are you ready to proceed?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Oh, problem.
Hola.
Sí.
Are you ready, Shannon? All right, we're on the record. Mr. McGivern, would you unmute yourself and call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to call my client, Adalia Chavez Garcia.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you may give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sí.
Mr. Showman, your client doesn't need to raise his hand again.
No más.
Mamá.
Es tu esposa.
Oh, okay.
You can proceed, Mr. McGivern.
Okay.
Ms. Chavez, is it correct that you only receive $276 a month in Social Security benefits? Okay. Your husband testified about buying a truck before you were married. Was that truck paid off before you were married? When was it that he paid off the truck, and how did he do it? And did he do that in a lump sum? Did he pay off the truck in a lump sum? how much was that? And why do you remember that that happened after you two were married? Ms. Chavez, what do you know about any repairs that your husband had done on the house on Holly Street after you were married? This happened after you were married? How much did those repairs cost? Ms. Chavez, I'd like to ask you about the circumstances of your husband moving out of the home on Canterbury in 2019. Were you there when he moved out? Sorry. Where were you coming from? When you arrived, he was already gone? And your husband testified that when he moved out, he left accordions, 2 rings, a bracelet, and $500 in cash. Is that true? I'll pass this.
Very briefly, can you hear me this way or do I need to talk over the telephone?
Like that.
Ms. Garcia, I'm Michael Schulman. I represent your husband. Very briefly, you testified that he paid off the 2001 pickup truck after you were married to him in a lump sum. Is that correct? Now, you said that you didn't know how much, but you thought it was $1,000, $2,000, or $3,000. Do you really know how much he paid? Do you have any documentation to show how much he paid for that truck after you were married? Ms. Garcia, you also testified that he made improvements on Holly Street, but am I correct in saying when I say make improvements on the Holly Street house, I'm talking about after you married him? Am I correct in saying that you testified you don't know how much the repairs cost at all? Is it your sworn testimony, Ms. Garcia, that you didn't sell any of his jewelry, his rings, his bracelets, or accordions? Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any
Your
redirect?
Honor, at this time, I would.
Any redirect were given?
No, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything else, Mr. Schulman?
Mr. Chavez or Martinez. Sir, you heard your wife's testimony that she claims you paid for the truck after you were married to her. Did you hear that testimony?
No. No, yo le pagué mi troca antes de estar con ella. O sea que le compré la troca. Antes de casarme con ella, le compré la troca.
Did you pay for or provide materials after you married your current wife, Adele, for repairs or improvements to the house on Holly Street?
No. Ella dice que en Holly Street arreglé 2 baños. Esa casa nomás tiene un baño. She said 2. What?
But the question is, did you pay for or provide materials to improve that house or repair that house after you married your current wife, Adalia? Is that a yes or no?
No.
Mr. Schulman,
Yes.
I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
Speaking,
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Were you able to get down that testimony? Okay, I would pass the witness.
anything else, Mr. Cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Both sides rest and close.
We rest and close, Your Honor.
We do as well, Your Honor.
All right. Very well, the following will be the ruling of the court. I've reviewed the file and heard the evidence. I'm of the opinion the divorce should be granted, and I will do so at this time. There being no minor children of the parties, I will divide the property as follows. Mr. Martinez has a 2001 Chevrolet pickup, 4 lots in Villa de Fuente, Coahuila, and a house in Piedras Negras, 213 Alejo Gonzalez, which are set aside to him as his separate property. Each party will take the personal property in their possession, except that if possible, the respondent will return to Mr. Martinez the 2 accordions and his clothing, the boots, the hat, the 5 pairs of shoes that he alleges were left when he moved out. In addition, although I've heard no evidence that it was separate property, I'm going to assume that the jewelry was community property because of the statutory presumption. If she has it, she is ordered to return the gold and diamond ring to Mr. Martinez. She may retain the gold ring, the gold bracelet, and the $700 in cash. In addition, the parties have $200 in a bank account. I'm ordered them to split that, and that Mr. Martinez deliver to the respondent within 48 hours, or excuse me, by close of business on Monday, half of that bank account. That's all the testimony I heard, counsel. Is there anything I've missed, Mr. Schulman?
Did you mention the 2 accordions, Your Honor?
I did. I asked her to return them.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. McGivern?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Schulman, I'm going to ask that you prepare a decree which reflects the orders of this court. Submit it to Mr. McGivern for approval only as to form, and then get it to Ms. Lozano. She'll forward it to me for signature.
Yes. And Your Honor, I already discussed the fact, since it was a mess up on I think we testified descriptively about those properties, but if we could just attach the documents we have to identify those properties to the decree, that would be okay.
Mr. No objection. I have no objection to that.
Okay.
I have no objection.
All right. If there's nothing further, we'll recess this hearing. Thank you all for appearing, and you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor, very much. Appreciate you hearing it. I'll do better next time. It's my first Zoom trial.
Don't promise anything you can't do. By the way, Mr. Schulman, my 6-year-old grandson taught me how to do the virtual background on Zoom, so maybe you should talk to somebody of that age about how to do this.
I have a 30-year-old daughter. Does that count?
Almost.
Okay. I appreciate it, Judge. Nice to see you again. It's been a long time since I've seen you in Sabine. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We're excused.
You're excused, yes.
No. No, I'll have my staff reach out to Ms. Chavez.
Ms. Leon, thank you very much for your help. You're a rock star. This couldn't have been done without you. All right, Ms. Torres. Ms. Torres, you know what happened to Mr. Ball? Ms. Torres, can you hear me? I'm gonna turn that off.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
All right, I've turned off the interpretation. connection. That's the problem, I think. You know what happened to Mr. Ball?
I know I got disconnected. We were in a session and then I think he had to leave and I don't know if he muted and stayed on or he just left also.
Do you have his contact information? Could you call him and tell him we're ready for him?
Yes, I can definitely contact him, Your Honor.
Elizabeth, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Can you forward to me the existing order in this Ball case when they're going
Yes,
on?
sir. Yes, sir. Let me get that right now.
All right, are we ready to proceed? Shannon, do you need a break or are you good to go? Good to go? Okay.
Mr. Ball logged in.
Yeah, he's here. Mr. Ball, you need to unmute yourself. Or maybe I need to unmute you.
Okay.
Call up cause D1 FM 18004042 Lydia Gonzalez versus Mark A. Ball. Both parties have announced ready. I understand this motion is by Mr. Ball. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I don't know if you were here earlier, Mr. Ball, and I've read the rules for these Zoom hearings. We're in a brave new world and we all have to cooperate to make this work. It's being conducted remotely on Zoom and live streamed on the court's YouTube channel. No recording of this hearing are permitted other than by the official court reporter. Any violations of these instructions are punishable by contempt of court. Please mute your microphone and only unmute when you are speaking. Do not speak over other participants. If there is an objection, please state objection, wait for the speaker to stop. If they don't stop, I will intervene. And then briefly state your objection. Don't use the chat option on the options bar unless the court grants permission. If anyone needs to have a private conference or a sidebar conversation, we can place you in a breakout room, which we've already done. Are there going to be any third-party witnesses in this case? Or you have any witnesses other than you and Lydia Ball, Mr. Ball?
I do not, Your Honor.
You, Ms. Torres?
No, Your Honor. I'm going to call myself.
I'm not going to worry about the rule. I've asked the court coordinator to send me a copy of the existing order. It was not previously provided to me, but I assume that's on the way, and I've got another screen here. I can look at it when it gets here. All right. Mr. Ball, give me the 25 words or less summary of what you're requesting the court to do today. I say that at a meeting I want it brief.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
I believe that we have gone to tier 2 of my custody agreement, and I would like for you to cease my having to pay child support because I will be getting Christian, my son, every other week. So we will have shared custody, and Miss Gonzalez is now employed, and she's actually making more money than me. And I feel that she should be paying she pays for him to eat when he's at her place, and I pay for him to eat when I'm at my place, and we split costs on any out-of-pocket expenses with respect to him.
All right. Anything else?
Not that I can think of at the moment, Your Honor.
Ms. Torres, do you have a 25 words or less opening statement?
Your Honor, we have filed an answer in this case. I was hired right before the initial hearing was scheduled on the 12th. I think the evidence is going to show that there is no, he has not satisfied the conditions to move to the second tier of possession and access. We're asking for attorney's fees as we feel like this was filed solely for the purpose of harassing the respondent. It was frivolous because there are reports from SoberLink that show at least 2 instances of positive tests, as well as some mistests, and the provisions of the decree specifically state when the reports reveal that from SoberLink, there are supposed to be an additional 6 months added that we stay under tier 1, which is the expanded standard possession order. And it also continues the requirement of SoberLink being in place. As of August 1st, Mr. Ball took it upon himself to discontinue the SoberLink. And the final thing I will say, Your Honor, which we've also got a report, and I believe Mr. Ball has it, Mary Boone is the evaluator that was appointed by the court to do an alcohol assessment. She has made an addendum to her report dated August 11th, And that report states that Mr. Ball is to do intensive outpatient treatment. And she even states where to have that done. And he has not complied as far as I know, and even getting those services in place. And for those reasons, we feel like he is not advancing to the second tier. We need to stay in tier 1, and nothing should change on child support. However, we did agree on the breakout session that Miss Ball's new insurance amount is substantially less than the 259 or 294.77 that was ordered. So starting September 1, the new amount will be $132.17 for medical insurance on Christian, and it will be $12.25 for dental. And that's again starting September 1. And we are asking the court that that amount change in the order, but that it be the obligation of Mr. Ball.
What are the conditions to move from tier 1 to tier 2?
So the conditions are stated on page 17 of the decree, Your Honor. And it was stated that if the requirements for the testing were to happen without incident, then he would move to tier 2 and the SoberLink would be discontinued August 1st of this year. And there were times set out, Your Honor, where he was to blow. There were windows, there were 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock. It's all stated the schedule specifically of when. But for every positive test, which was not to be followed by a negative within 15 minutes, or unexcused miss, 6 additional months would be added. Those were the requirements of SoberLink testing. In addition, there was also the requirement that Mr. Ball would do the evaluation with Ms. Mary Boone. That was the other condition. Before he could advance to tier 2, he had to do the evaluation, which he's done. But it was also stated that he needed to complete the recommendations, or at least be in the process of completing the recommendations. And I don't believe that he has enrolled in the intensive outpatient treatment that was recommended by Ms. Boone.
All right. Mr. Ball, call your first witness.
I guess that would be me, Your Honor.
All right. Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you may give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down and just state your full name for the record. Excuse me.
Mark Albert Ball.
All right, I'm going to allow you to testify in a narrative fashion. That means you don't have to ask yourself questions. That's kind of silly. But if you get too far afield, I'll stop you. If the attorney makes an objection, please stop so she can express her objection. Go ahead.
On January 9th, Your Honor, I tested positive for alcohol use on about 3 o'clock in the morning. That morning, I was feeling very sick. I was, every breath I took felt like a ton of bricks. And at that point in time, there's HEB's not open, nothing's open. All I had was NyQuil. I was just trying to sleep. So I took a significant amount of NyQuil to try to sleep. As soon as the medical, that morning, I went to the emergency room and was diagnosed with an acute respiratory infection, I'm sorry. And the doctor told me the reason that I blew positive was because
Your Honor,
of the
I'm going to
NyQuil.
object to hearsay.
Sustained. Can't tell us what somebody else said, Mr. Ball. Go ahead.
I later found out that NyQuil has got quite a bit of alcohol in it. And that's why I blew positive for it. But I was admitted to the hospital and diagnosed with an acute respiratory infection.
Go ahead, sir.
On May 21st, I was diagnosed. I'm not diagnosed. SoberLink said that they did not acknowledge my that it was me that was blowing into the machine. And as I submitted into you, you can clearly see that that is me. It looks just like every other picture. The same would apply to June 21st.
Have some exhibit to offer me to see?
Yes, sir, I put it in the box.
Your box, let me look here. I don't think your box has anything in it. All right. Commissioner's exhibits don't have anything in it. Respondents exhibits, are those yours, Ms. Torres?
They are, and I think he might be referring to R3, Your Honor, in our folder. That does have
Is that the,
monthly report.
does that have the picture?
I don't believe that those have the photos. I'll have to check. We did upload some that had photos.
Here's
but
one
not
with the photo.
first.
Here's the one with a photo, but it's dated June 19th and June 21st.
June 21st is going to be the other one, Your Honor.
All right, let me do this. I'll put it up on screen share. See if you can see it here, sir. See that?
Let me get my glasses. Yes, Your Honor, that's not the photo. I don't believe those are the photos I'm talking about.
This is June 21st, right?
Okay.
Or June 19th, one of them. Yeah, June 21st.
Okay, what time, if Ms. Torres would be kind enough to tell me what time that I supposedly blew that day that the test did not show as me?
There's a picture of a woman who's clearly not you at 8:45 a.m.
Yeah, that's not the day I'm talking about, but that day, Your Honor, at 8 in the morning, I blew positive, and I went to a neighbor to show that there was no way. I went to a neighbor who I know has never had a drink in her life. She's of Indian descent, and I was trying to show that the machine test was giving out a false positive for that particular day. And if you'll notice, it says that when I did blow at 8 something in the morning, that it was like almost 4 times the legal limit. But then when I did blow at noon, it showed 0 blood alcohol content. And there's no way physically that if you're almost 4 times the legal limit, that in 3 hours, it's going to go back to 0 blood alcohol content. But my point regarding that particular instance, Your Honor, is if you'll look on page 17 under number 2.
I don't have a copy of the decree. Nobody's furnished me with it.
Ms. Torres, go ahead.
I think we can upload the decree. I actually thought about that afterwards, but I believe Mr. Ball's referring to our R2. Is that what you were referring to, Mr. Ball?
Let's stop right here. We're not having a committee meeting. We're not having conversation between the council and the petitioner. Mr. Ball is testifying. Let's go ahead.
Under, if you'll bear with me 1 second here, and I'll have to pull it back up. I lost it when I went to that. It says that I am to, what I tried to do, Your Honor, is I am of the opinion that Miss Gonzalez had lied about my drinking issue. And because of that, I tried to blow, gosh, this is long. I tried to blow more than I was required to, just to show, for example, I would blow on Mondays so that, you know, in case somebody was going to say, well, he can drink right after he drops his kid off at 6 o'clock in the evenings. I was just trying to blow more so I could prove positively that there was never a drinking problem. However, I was not scheduled to blow. That was the Friday before Father's Day, and instead of getting them on the expanded day on a Thursday, I got them on Friday because it was Father's Day. And I was not required to blow at 8 o'clock in the morning, as that was not a time that coincided with my scheduled custody. My scheduled custody for that day was 6 p.m. Now, the other days I'm talking about was June 21st. And the pictures clearly show that.
Back up. Right. You see it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
So again, I was not required to blow at that point in time. I was just doing it just to show that with respect to my neighbor, again, I was trying to show that the machine was messing up and that I was sending out incorrect information. You'll notice that at 12 noon, or I can't read it, it's too small, but the 12 noon readout showed a 0% blood alcohol content. And again, the one that I took at 8 in the morning showed me almost at 4 times the legal limit. And the human body cannot possibly come down from a 0.30, I think it was.
Oh, it's a 0.030. The legal limit is 0.08. So
okay. Well, again, I defer back to the fact that it was not a scheduled blowing. I was just doing it just to show. I didn't know that the machine was going to send out incorrect information. So I got my neighbor to blow, who I knew didn't, has never had a drop of alcohol in her life. And again, it'll show at noon, the 0, at 4, 0, and at 8, 0. The 8 one's really the only one that counts because I didn't get custody of him until 6 p.m. that evening.
I don't have that information on this exhibit.
When I got the exhibits from, I believe it was Shanna Wise, she showed me my exhibits and it was there, Your Honor. I don't know why you don't have it. If I guess I could try to upload it to you. I'm just not very computer smart. If you'll bear with me, I can get you the whole.
Bear with you, Mr. Ball. Let's move on with your testimony.
Okay. And there are 2 days, I thought they were June 21st and May 21st that said that that I was not recognized as the blower, and both photos there clearly show that it's me. The third thing, Your Honor, is with respect to Ms. Boone, her initial report showed that I had a minuscule chance of being an alcoholic. And days before I was initially scheduled to have a hearing on the 12th, and days before then, because they didn't like the results, which initially, it's essentially agreed with my concept that Mrs. Gonzalez was not telling the truth. Ms. Boone they contacted her and gave her this misleading information showing two times when it did not recognize me, when the pictures are clearly me. And then as I explained, on the January 9th, I was admitted to the hospital because I drank some NyQuil and was seriously ill with a upper respiratory infection. And then I just finished explaining to you what happened on the one with the girl in the picture. And as I indicated, that's not even a time that I needed to blow. And certainly if I had been drinking, I wouldn't have blown at a time when I wasn't required to blow.
Do you have any other testimony, sir?
Not at this time. I would like to ask some questions if I could to the respondent.
You're going to be cross-examined before you're going to have a chance to do that.
Okay.
If you don't want to have any further testimony right now, then Ms. Torres, do you have questions of Mr. Ball?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Mr. Ball, when you were admitted to the hospital on January 9th of this year, did you have any documentation, medical records proving that you were admitted that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did. In fact, I submitted that as well in the inbox.
And the
I had
woman-
I'm sorry, I had an invoice.
And the woman that you acknowledged as your neighbor, I believe, what is the woman's name?
I don't really know, to be honest with you.
And on this date, June 19th, are you saying that you had Christian with you during that time, that Friday?
I'm saying that I did not.
You didn't have him the weekend of Father's Day?
I had him at 6 p.m. on that Friday.
So you did have him later that weekend, correct?
Yes.
And from what you understand is that you are, by the court order, to blow into the sober link during any period of possession that you are scheduled to have with your son Christian. Is that how you understand it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
When are you to blow into sober link pursuant to the decree?
At either 8 a.m., 12 noon, 4 p.m., or 8 p.m. when he's in my custody.
So this weekend of the 19th, June 19th of this year, was he in your custody?
He was in my custody on June 19th at 6 p.m.
And so that after you got him in your possession is when you were scheduled to blow into the machine?
I was.
And the report that you referred to earlier in your testimony, is that the report that you received from Ms. Boone also regarding her recommendations on what she feels is what the treatment plan is for you going forward?
It was the recommendation she gave me back in May, showing that there were no recommendations, that the chances of me being an alcoholic were slim to none. And I did submit that in the inbox as well.
But my question, Mr. Ball, is on August 11th, did you receive an addendum to the report that Ms. Boone had originally sent to you that you're referring to you got back in June?
I did, and that was based on the false information that you submitted to her the week prior to the 12th.
When you say you submitted, I want to be clear, Mr. Ball, you're saying the SoberLink reports that she received are false. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. The 19th, the 21st are clearly me blowing into the machine. And she cited the fact that she was under the impression that because I had been using other people, it was reported that I was using other people to blow, that was an indicator that I may have been drinking again.
And Your Honor, I wanted to share R2. It's not letting me. I guess you're still in the sharing screen, but if we can get to my respondents too, I believe that's the Mary Boone's report. Mr. Ball, I'm showing you what's marked as respondents 2. Is that the August 11th report that you received from Ms. Boone as her addendum to her initial report?
That is correct. The one that was based on false information, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence R2, respondents 2.
You have any objection, Mr. Ball?
No, Your Honor.
All right, R2 is admitted.
And Mr. Ball, you continue to say this is false, but she is, if you read this page 2 of the exhibit, do you see the references she's making to the test that she received from Soberly, the positive test that she's referring to that occurred on June 19th, on May 21st, on June 21st. Do you see her making reference to those SoberLink reports within this addendum?
I do. In fact, again, the one, we'll start from the first one she's got. On May 21st, that's a day I'm saying it's clear that it is me, in fact, blowing at the 0.000 blood alcohol content. On June.
Mr. Ball, Ms. Torres,
Yes,
you have a copy of those photographs?
Your Honor, I can tell you that I don't have photos on mine. We have the photos to the June 19th, but I don't, I think we got the reports. I've
Go ahead, Mr. Ball.
Mr. Ball, did Ms. Boone attempt to reach out to you and discuss what you now state are the discrepancies on the readings? Did she try to do that before this report was written, this addendum?
I don't know what she did or didn't do, ma'am.
According to her addendum, she said that she tried to call you a number of times, that your device was malfunctioning. And then at one point you declined to speak to her. Do you remember having a conversation with her?
I do not.
Did she also ask you about making an appointment with her so that, again, you would have an opportunity before she wrote this addendum to discuss the discrepancies that you're now claiming to the court exist in these SoberLink reports?
Ms. Torres, may I go back for a second? I do recall having a conversation with her. And I'm sorry, could you repeat your second question again?
Well, she was attempting to discuss with you, to schedule a meeting to talk to you about what you're saying to the court today is some type of malfunction. Did she not try to do that before this report was written?
I believe she did.
And Mr. Ball, you refused to, did you not? You refused and she never heard back from you.
That's correct.
The recommendations, Mr. Ball, are that you are to do intensive outpatient treatment at Northwest Counseling and Wellness Center. Have you made any attempt to sign up for the treatment at the recommended facility that she has stated in her addendum?
I have not, because the information that she was given that the addendum is based on is false and incorrect.
And do you disagree, Mr. Ball, that according to the decree, if there were positive tests that resulted from any of the times that you were scheduled to blow into the SoberLink during this initial tier of possession, that you would get another 6 months added of the SoberLink requirement, as well as 6 more months added to the tier 1. Do you agree that that was how the decree was written?
I do, but I would also add that there were exceptions to those. One being an emergency such as, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Ball.
Okay. There are exceptions, one being under an emergency situation, and I believe that January 9th is certainly qualifies as an emergency. And again, regarding the June 19th with the girl, again, I was just trying to get my neighbor to blow into that and show that the machine was giving out false information. And again, I didn't have to blow at that point in time.
And Mr. Ball, if this was something that you believe was a malfunction, couldn't you have easily resolved that issue by just returning Ms. Boone's phone call so that the report could be accurate and a much more thorough investigation could have occurred on what you claim is happening as a malfunction of the SoberLink machine? Couldn't
I
you
guess
have
I, are you done, Ms. Torres?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. I guess in retrospect, I could have done that. I was just upset at the underhanded tricks that your client was playing. And I chose not to because we were having court coming up within a week and I was going to just, I was going to resolve it at that point in time.
And before today, had you ever shared with Ms. Gonzalez Ball the emergency incident that you claim happened on January 9th?
I have not, but I did, we don't speak.
You answered my question. And you didn't share with her either any documentation via our family wizard related to your hospitalization on January 9th.
No, but I did give that to Ms. Boone. And you'll note that it's not on her assessment, her addendum assessment.
Right, the January 9th isn't on there, but she's mentioning a positive test on other dates.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry.
That are in the reports. And I'd like to show what we have marked as R3, Your Honor. Mr. Ball, do you recognize these reports as being the SoberLink reports that are starting with January 1st of this year? And I believe the last one ends, according to these reports, the last one was June 30th of this year. You recognize these as the reports obtained from SoberLink for those?
To be honest, oh, I'm sorry. To be honest with you, I'm looking at this on my phone and I can't make anything out, but it looks, I don't doubt that you're sending out the report.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence R3.
You have any objection to R3, Mr. Ball?
No, Your Honor. Don't know what it is, but no.
I'll be admitted.
And just to be complete, Your Honor, I'd like to offer R4, if you can show that. I think we've looked at it several times, but I can't remember if it's been admitted or not. But these are the,
Admitted.
thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to R4, Mr. Ball?
Is that what I'm looking at right now?
Yes, sir.
I thought that has been admitted a couple times already.
No, R2 and R3 have been admitted. You've simply talked about it. You haven't been admitted in that.
Okay, no, I don't have any issue with that.
Okay. It's admitted.
Mr. Ball, if the court does not move to the tier 2 phase, as you've suggested, can you tell me what your current income is right now, what you're earning?
Yes, I'm in the gas and oil business, and I don't know if you're aware that we're in dire straits right now, and I'm not earning anything.
So how do you pay your bills now? How do you pay your monthly mortgage or rent of $2,200 a month? How do you pay that?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm no longer married to Ms. Gonzalez, and my financial information is irrelevant.
Overruled. Answer the question.
I got some money from Ms. Gonzalez's 401k, I believe, and I've been loaned some money.
And approximately how much did you receive out of the 401k?
Well, let's see. She refused to sign the 30-day waiver. I don't recall, Ms. Torres. I don't recall.
And what is your current, what is your educational background, Mr. Ball?
I've got a Bachelor's of Arts degree.
Do you have two of them?
Yes,
In what area?
journalism and marketing.
And Mr. Ball, when was the last, what was the last company that you worked for?
Broadwing Communications.
And how much were you earning when you were working at Broadwing Communications?
It's been 20 something years, Ms. Torres, I don't recall.
Was it about 50,000, 60,000?
It varied. I was on a tiered plan working with the sales department, so the salary varied depending on how we did in sales.
And what efforts, since the divorce was granted last year in November, have you made to find a job that didn't involve working for yourself in the oil and gas industry?
I am currently in the status of starting a new business.
And what new business is that, Mr. Ball?
I'm going back to my core of real estate.
Do you possess a real estate license at this time?
No, I don't need to for what I do, Ms. Torres.
And I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you're doing in real estate?
I'm going to buy properties at a low price and sell them at a high price.
Is that a, I know you're not a, you don't have to have a license, but is that considered what, a real estate investor?
Correct.
And how much do you anticipate earning as a real estate investor?
We are in a different world right now, Ms. Torres, so I have no idea.
So you started the business, but you have no idea what you're gonna make in that?
I haven't, I'm sorry, I interrupted you again. I apologize.
I guess my question was, you haven't looked into how much money you're gonna earn, but you started the business?
It's an investment company, ma'am. There is no, I don't know. I'm just gonna try it, see what happens.
Do you have any lands right now that you currently hold in your name, property, real property?
Yes,
How many?
I don't recall. It's the same ones that I had at the time of the divorce.
And how much would you value those pieces of property that you currently own in your name?
I don't recall what I submitted to you, but it's gonna be the same values that were submitted to you in the divorce.
Okay, so about 50,000?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. Answer the question.
I don't know. Those aren't the properties that I'm looking at selling. They're the last of the worst ones. They're landlocked. They have little value. Those aren't the properties I'm talking about.
And Mr. Ball, besides the properties, do you also have lines of credit with USAA in which you are able to obtain loans or monies should you need them?
Not any longer. No, they're used up.
So the line of credit with USAA that had a $40,000 line of credit, you're saying has been used up?
That's correct. And that information was submitted to you during the divorce where you saw a $40,000 deposit.
Mr. Ball, did you currently purchase a Lexus in January of this year?
Yes, I did. A 5-year-old Lexus.
And how much is your monthly payment?
$303.
And how much did you purchase the Lexus for?
I don't recall. 16, maybe $17,000.
Is that the only vehicle you own?
That is correct.
And how much do you pay in rent?
$2,150 a month.
Is that a 4-bedroom house?
It is,
Are you the only person that lives in that home?
with the exception of when my son is here.
And Mr. Ball, you've heard me announce what the amount is of the health insurance. If the court is to reduce the medical support and order you to pay that amount, I know you don't agree with it, but the amount that's been shared with you, you've agreed that that at least is the new amount based on Ms. Gonzalez's new place of employment, correct?
I'm sorry, you were fading in and out and I didn't hear the whole
I
question.
apologize. I was stating to you that the amount that I've shared with the court as well as you based on your ex-wife's new employer, do you agree that is the amount for medical as well as dental insurance to cover Christian?
Yes.
What is that about, Ms. Torres?
I believe it's $132.17 for medical and $12.25 for dental. Mr. Ball, the other question I have is on, I know that y'all were ordered to use Our Family Wizard, but did you and your wife also agree to use AppClose as a substitute for future communication going forward?
If it's free, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I have a few. Mr. Ball, have you ever been diagnosed as an alcoholic?
No, Your Honor.
Do you think you're an alcoholic?
No, Your Honor. I'm the exact opposite. In fact, I brought as my witnesses the CFO of one of the most prestigious schools in the country. I brought the wife of a of a software executive who I saw 3 days a week.
Mr. Ball, just listen to the question, answer the question. Now, I want to talk about your employment. How old a man are you?
59, Your Honor. I'll be 59 on the 28th.
You certainly look younger than that. Let's see. When did you graduate from college?
94.
And what was your first job out of college?
I worked with Southwestern Bell Telephone Company.
How long were you there?
7 or 8 years.
And what was your next job? This would have been approximately 2002.
I've had a few, Your Honor. When the divestiture came and other companies could start selling telephone services, I started going to I was a hired gun, so I was going to different bidders. But and actually, I don't recall when I started with Southwestern Bell. Maybe it was 80. I don't know. I've had a few jobs. I'm sorry. Could you redefine the question for me?
Well, let's work backwards. When were you laid off in the oil patch?
No, I was a oil and gas investor, Your Honor, and then my son was diagnosed with autism and other stuff, and so I decided to be a stay-at-home dad and take care of my son.
How long were you an oil and gas investor?
Probably in excess of 20 years now.
How much was your adjusted gross income on your 2017 tax return?
I don't recall. I submitted that information to Ms. Torres.
What's the approximate figure?
Maybe 80-something thousand.
And that you were an investor at that time?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
And did you have any other source of income during the time you were an oil and gas investor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any, what we call redirect, Mr. Ball? You want to give us any further of your testimony at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. May I ask a question to the respondent?
No, you can call her as a witness later, but you're the witness right now.
Okay.
In an orderly fashion.
Yeah, I just can't, I just can't emphasize how convenient, how conspicuous that counsel and her client did not give the pictures to you so that you could see firsthand that the two that are showing me as not the person blowing are clearly me. It seems as if they didn't give those pictures to Miss Boone either. And those are conspicuous actions in of themselves, in my opinion. I just don't, you know, my son has, while in my custody, was an A student. Within a month of her getting custodial, becoming the custodial parent, he had issues. I've got emails that, and I submitted emails to you as well, or to that box, showing that he was initially starting saying the F word in class. He started becoming an F student because he was not getting his homework assignments and turning in his homework assignments and stuff. And there was nothing I could do about that because I was only getting them on Thursday. So there was only one day a week that I could intercede and make sure that he was turning in homework assignments on Friday. In my custody, my son was the nominated in the 6th grade for male student of the year. He was given an award for being best in his class. And I also wanted to say, Miss Gonzalez submitted on August 16th a thing to me saying that she was concerned about my drinking because I had stopped on the 2nd, because I'm in tier 2. And, but yet when Miss Gonzalez left my household, she left our son with me for 6 months prior to the temporary orders date. I didn't see any concern about any drink or hear anything about any drinking at that point. In fact, during the first month of that 6-month period, I voluntarily let her have custody of our son every weekend. After 30 days, she contacted him and told him she only wanted him every other weekend.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to evidence he's bringing up that is prior to the divorce being granted. This is all testimony and.
All right, Ms. Torres, I just need a 1 or 2 word objection. Mr. Ball, things that occurred before the last order are irrelevant. I don't have any choice but to rule that it's irrelevant. We're just dealing with the time from the last order till today under the law. So let's focus on that.
I understand that, Your Honor. It's just that Ms. Torres was asking me questions about things prior to the last order. Okay. Okay. I think I'm done.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. The court reporter's been going since before 8:30 this morning. We're going to take our lunch recess now. I'm going to order that we be back at 1 o'clock.
Your Honor, is it possible for me to upload some of this stuff to you in that period?
You know, that's well outside my bailiwick, Mr. Paul. I'm older than you are, so you find a 13-year-old on the street, they can probably do it for you, but I can't help you.
No, I'm not asking that. Is it permissible for me to upload?
Yes, and if you can figure out how to get them into evidence, more power to you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Present evidence this afternoon too. You're going to be calling your second witness at lunch.
Okay.
Mr. Ball, I want you to know there are no exhibits in your box.
Right. Shana created your box, but there are no exhibits in your box.
Did we get a new box since Judge De La Lata is no longer the judge in this?
I sent you one on Tuesday.
You did? Okay, well, I'm sorry, what's your name, ma'am?
Shana.
Shana, you sent me something.
Wait a minute. Look, I don't want to be involved in this conversation, so we are in recess. And Elizabeth, did you manage to get me a copy of that order?
Yes, sir. I sent both of those, the modification of the child support and then the decree.
Oh, down here. Haven't received anything yet.
Okay, I know that that file is pretty big, so let me see if I can't maybe try to make it smaller and get that over to you.
Your Honor, we uploaded it as R9. It should be in our respondents exhibits. I think I have.
That'd be great if it is. Let me see here.
Should be R9.
And Ms. Torres, that's the decree from 2019, right?
It's the
Yes.
decree. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll stay on for just a second, Ms. Torres.
I don't have an R9 in here yet.
Might have to refresh.
You have to refresh, kind of
Refresh it.
come back in.
Okay, there it is. I got it. All right, that's what I need. Thank you.
Shana, what's your last name?
Wise.
Okay, I'm looking for your,
Yeah,
okay, thank you. What time do we come back from lunch?
1 o'clock, straight up.
Oh.
101,
Sharp.
101, you're late.
Yes, sir, I'll be here.
All right.
Okay, get out of everything.
Howdy. I got kicked off for some reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give you host duties,
Yeah, please.
and if you'll make
Scared me.
co-host. There we go.
Yeah, y'all made me jump. I was sitting here looking at something else.
Okay, that should be good.
I'm getting Monday stuff ready.
Me too. Well, now I'm getting all of next week ready.
Monday, since we have the same thing.
Let me see, where's Miss? Let me email them. Okay. Judge, did you see that I sent you that decree on the case from yesterday?
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
Okay. Okay. And then whatever time that you send them back and everything, that's not a problem. I'll go just file them when I get them.
Okay, no hurry. It just takes me a minute to do it.
Yeah.
All right, we don't have a lawyer, we don't have Mr. Ball.
I just emailed them. Ms. Ball, if you want to check with Ms. Torres, see if she's signed in. It's 2 minutes till.
I just texted her and said we are on.
Okay, thank you.
And I know that Mark will probably be on at 1.
Okay,
We said 1 sharp.
okay.
Right at one. Uncanny. All right. Hello, Ms. Torres.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right. When we recessed, it's my recollection that Mr. Ball had quit testifying. Call your next witness, Mr. Ball. You got to unmute yourself.
Lydia Gonzalez, please.
All right. Ms. Gonzalez, you could prefer Gonzalez or Ball, Ms. Lydia?
Lydia Gonzalez Ball is what I'm going by right now.
All right. Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm that a testimony you may give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right. You can put your hand down. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Lydia Gonzalez Ball, BA.
Go ahead, Mr. Ball.
Ms. Gonzalez, I assume you've seen the photos from SoberLink dated May 21st and June 21st, whereby the identity was declined?
Yes.
Is it your testimony today that those were not me?
Yeah. Yes.
You know you're under oath, right?
Just for Mr. Ball, just go ahead.
Those photos weren't me.
No, I said they were.
Oh, I understood you saying they weren't. When you approached Miss Boone, 7 days before our original trial was scheduled, did you give her those photos? Did she see those photos?
I sent her the monthly reports. She didn't ask for the photos. But I sent her she didn't ask for all the photos. So I just sent her the one she requested was of the woman. And in that strip is, as you can see, that photo was within other photos. So I couldn't separate that one. So I just sent her the strip. I don't have all the photos from SoberLink. I only have them from a couple of months. They did not send me photos, only the ones if I had a question on.
You didn't have a question on the photos that were showing declining my identity?
They did send me those. I said they sent me for the 2 months, some photos. I'm not disputing that that wasn't you. I was just questioning the ones from June 19th.
Well, Miss Boone's big thing is she's under the impression that other than that one time that I've done multiple attempts at making someone else blowing for me. Did you inform Miss Boone that you knew that those photos were me of June and May 21st?
There's an email, I have to look for it, and I did speak with her as well. And then I did tell her the only ones that I were in question is because in that report, it was also inaccurate that you were clear in January. But in that report, I did tell her that the other two were you.
But yet in her report, her addendum, she points out that I multiple times used somebody else to blow for me.
I mean, I don't know why she would have put that, but I know I did tell her.
But you are aware that that was her statement in her addendum, and the reasoning behind her wanting me to to do this program.
From what I understand, that letter states she wasn't really making a judgment on those. She was making a judgment on the fact that there was a woman blowing for you on June 19th. She said she was going to verify with SoberLink on the other ones because you claimed it was a malfunction of the machine.
So if I understand you correctly, and I know you've already tried to answer this to your best ability, but I need to make sure that I understand. You did in fact tell her those weren't me, but yet in her statement as to why she wants me to go to this program is because she said on numerous attempts that I tried to do that.
No, from my understanding is because you did not communicate, you were not responding to her. She was trying to talk to you about them and you never responded to her. You never called her back or you never set up this appointment. She kept telling me she's trying to get a hold of you and set up this appointment and was not able to get a hold of you, that she would have to make a determination.
Do you have a copy of the addendum that you can look at?
In front of me? No.
Do you mind if I read it to you real quick? The conclusion?
Can you pull it up, Judge?
No, I'll pull it up. I don't remember what number it was.
R2, Your Honor.
No, we can move on, Your Honor. That's fine. I just wanted to, my main thing was to get her to show that she was aware that that was inaccurate information, that the machine was malfunctioning.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Gonzalez, have you ever committed perjury in court before?
No.
On August 7th of this year in front of Judge De La Lata, did you not say something that was incorrect and tell a mistruth?
What's the
And he
relevance?
caught you?
Mr. Ball,
I
what's
don't
the
even
relevance?
understand.
What's the relevance of this?
I'm going to her credibility, Your Honor.
That's not the way you do it. It's not permitted under the rules of evidence. Move on.
Have you ever told our son that I do not in fact pay you child support?
I've never discussed the child support with our son.
So if I have a text message where he says otherwise, he would be lying?
I don't know what text message, but I do not discuss, because of the court ruling, we're not supposed to discuss what was ordered in the
Well,
court. And I try to leave him out of all this. And I mean, I try to leave any of this conversation out so that he is not witnessed or subjected. He doesn't need more stress in his life. He's 13 years old.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll ask you again in either yes or no answer, please. If I have a text message that shows that he,
Mr. Ball, what are we doing here? The text message from your son is not admissible in court. You can't tell me what somebody else told you. You know, I understand you have elected to represent yourself in this case, and you have every right to do so, which I unfortunately have to hold you to the same standard as if you were an attorney. You've got to follow the rules of evidence. You've got to follow the family code. You've got to follow the rules of procedure. Now let's move on.
would you agree now that I've explained the reasonings behind, well, you know, the two faulty things coming from SoberLink. You know, the one where I was admitted to the hospital, and you know why I let that woman blow into the thing when it read a faulty report. Now, do you believe that I'm ready for tier 2?
First of all, I have not seen the medical report on January 9th. This is the first time I've heard of it. Number 2, I don't know who that woman is in that, and I don't know why she would have even blown in your device, why you wouldn't even just contact SoberLink. I did contact SoberLink to find out if you receive text messages whenever there's an issue, and they said that you did not set up your phone number to do so.
I don't know what the relevance of you knowing who that lady is or whatever. The point is that it was faulty information. Would you agree that we're here for child support modification? Would you agree that That encompasses morality, mental support, physical being support, educational support, health support, recreational support, religious support, and/or social development support?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. Regarding financial support, isn't it true when you left, I took care of Christian 90% of the time during that 6-month period?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of those questions if he's asking about information prior
All right,
to.
that's as far as you just need to make a 1 or 2 word objection. I don't want a speaking objection.
Objection to the relevance.
Sustain the objection. That's fine.
Ms. Gonzalez, on August 16th, did you send me a email saying that you were afraid to leave Christian with me?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, now she opened it back up. Can I get into the fact that she left him with me for 6 months at this point?
How do you mean she opened? No, please move on. I've ruled already. But how she felt on August 16th has nothing to do with the way she felt before the divorce.
Ms. Gonzalez, is it true that that despite the fact that I'm paying child support for Christian, am I not supporting him on top of that?
What do you mean? Like on the weekends you have them?
No, what I mean is, for example, when he moved in with you, he was just sitting in his bedroom all day, every day, playing video games and watching TV, right? And watching YouTube videos. You kept promising to get him a bike. Did you ever get him that bike?
At the time that when I moved in, as I recall, you had not paid any child support since November. I had to buy all the furniture for this place because we could not agree to a date and location to pick up my furniture. I have received several of my certified letters returned, unopened.
Ms. Ball, please listen to the question, answer the question. I don't need this other background information unless your attorney requests it of you. So go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Ball, ask another question.
I bought, did you buy yourself a bicycle?
What's the relevance of this, Mr. Ball?
That, Your Honor, on top of the fact that I'm supporting him and I'm paying child support, she's not even, what we're talking about was well after I started paying her. She did not buy she kept promising the kid she was going to get him a bike and she didn't. I finally had to get him one.
Let me just say that has nothing to do with anything I need to decide today. You know, if you have a problem with the Texas child support laws, you need to take it up with the legislature. I can't change them. You know, child support in Texas is based on a percentage of income by and large, unless I deviate from it. So let's move on.
Ms. Gonzalez, who would you say he thinks feeds him and better and more nutritiously?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that calls for speculation.
Well, what's the relevance of it? What's it got to do with anything I've got to decide today, Mr. Ball?
Because I'm asking that my child support be ceased. I'm trying to show that I already pay for everything. And it doesn't make any sense for me to pay child support when I'm supporting the child.
I don't understand your response. I'll sustain the objection. Move on, please.
Would it be fair to say, Ms. Gonzalez, that he has a much better time at my home than at yours?
What is the relevance of this, Mr. Ball? I'm not being asked to decide custody today. Doesn't have anything to do with any issue before the court.
then if I can't, would I be able to talk about his deterioration in school, going from an A to an F student while in her custody?
We're not here on a custody. If you want to file a motion to modify custody, file it. I'll order a social study or a guardian ad litem, and we'll move on. But today we're here on two issues, I understand. Whether you've complied sufficiently to move to tier 2 and whether your child supports will be adjusted.
Okay. Then I guess I don't really have anything else to say, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any questions, Ms. Torres?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Ball, where do you currently work?
At Hanger Inc.
How long have you been employed with that company?
I'm a contractor. I started off as a contractor on January 24th, I believe. And whatever that Monday, that last week on a Monday. And I've been fully employed since then. And they just recently offered me a full-time position, even after this COVID hit. So I will be a Hanger employee starting Monday.
And earlier, I gave information to the court about the health insurance premiums. Do you agree that you are paying $132.17 a month starting September 1 for medical coverage on Christian, your son?
Yes.
And you're also incurring, I believe, a cost of $12.25 a month for dental coverage for Christian starting September 1st of this year.
Correct.
And you're fine with the court modifying the medical support to reflect those new amounts?
Absolutely, yes.
And are you asking the court that Mr. Ball would continue to provide the medical and dental support in those amounts that I just confirmed with you?
Yes.
Ms. Ball, for today's hearing, did you provide a budget of what your monthly household expenses are, as well as your pay with your employer?
Yes.
And I'm showing you, Ms. Ball, what's marked as R1. Is that an accurate depiction of your expenses as well as the money you earn with Accounting Principles, Inc.?
Yes.
Ms. Ball, will you have the same income when you become full-time Monday?
It'll be a little bit more, Your Honor.
How much is a little bit?
It's going to be $3.50 more per hour.
So what is your hourly wage?
Right now it's 20.
So it'll be $23.50 Monday?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence R1, respondent 1.
Do you have any objection, Mr. Ball?
No, Your Honor.
All right, R1 is admitted.
And Ms. Ball, at the time of the last hearing, were you working?
The last hearing, no.
What was your form of income at that time?
Last hearing, I was receiving unemployment.
And do you remember approximately how much you were making in unemployment at that time?
I recall a little bit being $950 or $900, something around that range per every 2 weeks.
So about $1,800, almost $2,000 a month is what you were earning?
Roundabout, yes.
And at the time of the last hearing in the divorce, when it was granted in November of last year, was your ex-husband, Mr. Ball, working in the same field that he testified earlier he was going to be working in as a real estate investor?
We really didn't discuss too much of exactly what he did, but I know it was real estate investment. He kept all that separate from me. From what my understanding is, it's still the same. I know he has properties that he receives royalties for. I don't know exactly how much because he would never reveal that information to me.
And when you talk about properties, are you talking about unimproved real estate properties located in West Texas?
Yes, in the West Texas area, it's just some land. From my understanding, companies would reach out to him if they could drill or use water in his properties, and they will send him a royalty check in order for them to be able to do that on his properties.
And I want to clarify on Ms. Boone's report. You never, did you ever tell Ms. Boone that you were concerned about the lack of identity on the pictures that were submitted that you did receive from SoberLink? What exactly were you telling Ms. Boone were your concerns?
The only concerns that I was telling her were on the positives. For January and in June, and I was telling her that he had several misses as well, that the least he should have at least gotten another year if it's every six, for every hit was it 6 additional months to our schedule. So at the least he should have at least one more year added to it.
When did you get notification from SoberLink that Mr. Ball had discontinued it?
I think it was August 2nd or August 3rd. I received an email I didn't even know.
Do you have concerns that Mr. Ball is still drinking alcohol while Christian is in his possession?
I do.
And what is that based on?
Text messages from my son. My son calling
You
me.
can't- Okay, don't
sorry.
tell me what he
Well,
said.
I don't want to hear from your son. Look,
Right.
we get it if with the parties tell me what the children tell them. Number one, it puts the kids in the middle. And number two, it's impossible to contradict. So let's refrain.
Yeah, when I'm asking you about concerns, don't mention to me anything related to Christian, but what you may.
Here's the other thing, Ms. Torres. I don't like the word concerns in a family law case. I want evidence. I don't want concerns. Everybody's concerned in this case.
Right. So what about the SoberLink reports makes you believe that Mr. Ball is using alcohol while Christian's in his care?
Well, he had 2 positives and he had some misses.
And how many total misses per the reports you received from SoberLink are you stating have occurred in the time period that he's been monitored under the SoberLink?
8.
And during any exchanges that you've had with Mr. Ball, when you pick up Christian, have you witnessed firsthand any signs that he might be under the influence or drinking?
No, because I never get close enough to the car. I stay in my vehicle.
Are you asking the court to continue the SoberLink requirement that was initially ordered in the decree back in November?
Yes.
And the way you interpret the decree, you're stating that at least one more year should be added to the standard possession tier schedule of the decree?
That is correct.
And how many times did you speak to Ms. Boone before she amended her report and provided the addendum on August 11th?
I believe it was a couple of times.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any more questions, Mr. Ball?
I do. Ms. Gonzalez, I looked at this report and the only thing I saw were the 4 issues that I've explained today. What 8 misses are you referring to? And did you provide to the court something showing 8 misses?
I can only go by the monthly reports that I receive. And my understanding on the divorce decree is that you needed to be sober 12 hours prior to a possession Christian, as stated on page 47. When I would pick up Christian or when he took the bus at 8 o'clock that morning, you should have at least submitted a test. You had in the past, you did it in January, you did it in February, you stopped in March, April, and May. You did one in one of those months, 1 or 2, and then you picked it up again in June, and you had a most of July. So that's where I mean, you did it at the beginning, didn't know why you had stopped doing it, and then you picked it up again. So anytime you had the child, you were blowing that morning before he caught the bus.
Ms. Gonzalez, did you submit anything to the court showing 8 misses?
I submitted to the court the.
Can you please just answer yes or no, ma'am?
I submitted my.
Mr. Ball, I have only reviewed the items that have been admitted into evidence that have been on the share screen. I don't know anything about 8 misses.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did you say Mr. Ball or Mrs. Ball?
Mr. Ball, I've only reviewed the items that were admitted into evidence that were shown on the shared screen. You've seen them today. If there's another document in there that was not admitted into evidence that purportedly shows 8 misses, I've not seen it.
I've not seen it either, Your Honor. That's my point. Everything that's on that report.
No, you're asking questions now. Just wanted to let you know you can move on because I haven't seen any 8 miss document.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Ms. Ball, you kind of went on. I didn't understand a word you were talking about. What is it that you're, other than the 8 misses, the 4th items that we discussed today, January 9th, I told you I was admitted to the hospital. I have submitted that to the court, but I failed to tag it as petitioners 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And so I guess the court can't accept it. The report shows, with respect to the 4 items that we went through today, the 2 that you admitted were incorrect information submitted by SoberLink. They were in fact me blowing. The one where I went to the hospital on January 9th, and the one where I asked a friend to blow to show that the machine was inaccurate. What other concerns do you have that you have submitted into evidence today?
Well, I don't believe that the test results are inaccurate. I would have to see from SoberLink if they were inaccurate. I believe there are true tests, and just from knowing you for so many years.
So how many years are you alleging this went on?
Am I alleging what went on?
My alleged alcoholism.
You've always had a problem since dating back to maybe 2000, and it just gotten worse. I mean, we never had any liquor in the house. That's a fact.
Well, I disagree with that, but so she brought it up, Your Honor. So when you left Kristen with me for 6 months, full time, did you still have those concerns then?
I've always had the concerns, and I wanted to say that you avoided me serving you, but it wasn't 6 months because I've always trying to get him.
Ms. Gonzalez, 2 days before the temporary order hearing, your attorney called my attorney and offered a shared custody whereby I would have him a week.
Your Honor, that's related to negotiations.
Sustained.
Your Honor, she opened it up.
Move on. You can't bring stuff like that up. Offers of settlement and compromise are not admissible. Things that happened before the last order are not admissible. Let's move on.
So now you indicated when your attorney asked you about your concerns, you said that the positives were concerned. Now that I've addressed them, certainly you understand me being admitted to the hospital. You can understand me having upper respiratory issue that I drank some NyQuil, tested positive on that one. And you can understand why I would be a little upset with what I thought was a false positive, and having a neighbor that I knew didn't blow, has never had a drink in her life, blow into the machine. And those, again, would be on at times that I wasn't required to blow. I was simply trying to show that the machine was inaccurate. Does that alleviate your concerns for those 4 items?
No, I'm still concerned. The fact that you said that you knew this neighbor never consumed alcohol, yet you don't know her name, is concerning to me. How would you know she never drinks if you don't even know her name? And I believe the test from SoberLink. I do believe them. So that is why I'm concerned.
I spoke to this neighbor frequently as I was waiting outside to pick Christian up.
Paul, you're just answering questions. You're asking questions now. It's no more. You can't present evidence right now. Do you have any other questions?
Yes. Do you have any evidence that I am drinking? Period.
Only the ones from SoberLink.
That I've addressed. Is that what you're talking about, the ones that I've addressed?
I have not seen January's report, and I'm not convinced that in June they were not alcohol related.
Well, the judge has January's report. Like I said, I just don't, I guess I can't admit it or whatever because I didn't label it petitioners 1. And I will be happy to submit that to you at any point after this call. Will you accept that?
I mean, I can look at it, yes, absolutely. I just don't understand why you didn't address it.
Stop.
What do you, Mrs. Torres? Do not signal your client again. She is testifying. She's under the court's authority. You are not coaching her. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, proceed, Mr. Ball.
Just 1 second, briefly, Your Honor, please. Ms. Gonzalez, if I provide you with the name and number of the emergency room I went to, you can call them for that information, right?
Mr. Ball, move on, please.
Well, that's just it, Your Honor. I guess I've addressed every issue. I've worked my butt off for 9 months
Mr.
to
Ball,
go to tier 2.
do you have any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any redirect, Ms. Torres?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Ball?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any other witnesses, Ms. Torres?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
Both sides rest and close.
We rest. We close.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand there was an agreement between the parties. Ms. Torres, was that only as to the amount of medical and dental support?
Yes, it was just to the amount.
Which I understand to be a total of $144.42 a month, $132.17 for the medical, and $12.25 for the dental. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your understanding as well, Mr. Ball?
Yes, Your Honor, and it was to be retroactive back in February.
All right. Let me ask, Mr. Ball, are you current on your child support today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The following will be the order of the court. I'm going to deny the motion to move to tier 2. I've not seen sufficient evidence to find that the positives have been are explained. I'm further going to deny the motion to modify child support. I saw in the order that the previous order was based on an intentional underemployment, and I've not seen any evidence that indicates you're not continuing to be intentionally underemployed. Mr. Ball, I've never seen a person who needs a lawyer worse than you do. If you can afford Lexus and And of these other expenses, you ought to be able to afford a lawyer. If you could properly admit evidence, if you could properly explain things, you might be able to get relief in the future. Second of all, there are ways to handle false positive SoberLink tests. They're very rare, but you need to make an arrangement with a lab. And if you get what you believe is a false positive, you need to get to that lab and get a blood draw as soon as possible. So you need to know where a lab is close to you and get a blood draw. I can't accept your testimony that it's a false positive. All right. Is there anything further, Ms. Torres?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Ball?
Other than you said you can't accept it was a false positive, but yet on my next blow, I blew 0%.
I understand, but you blew a relatively small amount when you blew. All right. I'm going to ask the Ms. Torres prepare an order reflecting the ruling of the court, submit to Mr. Ball for signature as to form only. Mr. Ball, you'll have 1 week to sign the order or to file written objections to it. I don't hear, and that would be to the form of the order, not to my ruling here today. If I don't hear anything, I will sign the order 1 week after it's forwarded to you. Please forward it to Elizabeth Lozano at the same time you forward it, Mr. Ball. All right.
Well, Your Honor, and Your Honor, I know that we've discontinued the Sober League. Can I get a provision that orders that back in? The original decree did say it should stay in place.
It should not have been discontinued without an order of the court, and it should be reinstated immediately pursuant to the existing order.
Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing further, this hearing's in recess. You are all excused. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. We've got a couple of people in the waiting room, I think. You're muted, Elizabeth.
Sorry. So it looks like we just have Ms. Hugby and her client in there. I already emailed them that we should be ready to start in about 5 minutes. I don't know if you were going to want to take a little break or anything, but they should be getting.
Yeah, I'm not a big breaker, but
Okay.
I'm happy to. I'll wait till everybody gets there, I guess.
Yes, and then I did already send you the decree that they're probably wanting to modify, as well as to modify. Okay, good. So then we should all.
I'll read that while we wait for them. So I'll just sit here and wait for them.
Okay, let me email them again just to see if they're ready to.
That's all your fault, Elizabeth. Court coordinator should have this set up. Just kidding.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Give me some constructive criticism.
You got broad shoulders.
Judge, what court did you sit in when you were a presiding judge?
Second 25th.
Second 25th.
District Court. Yeah.
Oh, where's that?
Seguin. We had 4 counties.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I rode the circuit.
Yes. How does that work? Do you set up like you stay at a county for a week, or you do different days in different counties, or?
We do usually designate 2 jury weeks in different counties a month, and then 2 non-jury weeks. We traveled every county in the non-jury weeks.
Okay. Oh, so you're in a different place almost every day then?
Yeah.
On juries.
Yeah, and Guadalupe was by far the biggest county, so we had more. We usually have 1 jury week a month here, and then 1 in one of the 3 smaller. The other 3 counties only had like between 20 and 25,000 people. Guadalupe's pretty close to 200,000 now. So
is it between? It's north of Bear, Guadalupe, or is that Comau?
East of Bear and south of Comel.
Yeah.
Right on I-10.
Hmm. I'm gonna call his office.
You told them 1:30 before and they just decided not to come?
Well, right, I told them to be ready at 1:30 and that as soon as we wrapped up, I would email them, but Miss Hugby and her client have been in since before 1:30.
No, they get a gold star.
They sure do.
It's so nice when you have people that do what you ask. What a luxury.
Or what you order, even what you order. I'd like to have people do what I order occasionally.
And that's nice too. You should have been here the other day. We had a pro se litigant say that the current orders weren't valid because they were in a clarification, so she didn't have to follow them.
Well, you know, we had a bunch of, when I was judge and district attorney, we had a bunch of those Republic of Texas people down in our part of the country, and they didn't have to follow them because we didn't have the right kind of flag in the courtroom, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you didn't have any jurisdiction over them. We have some in Williamson County.
That's something else.
They are mean.
Amen to that.
So I have his office on the line. They're checking to see where he could be.
I haven't seen him I haven't come across him in a while. It's been some years since I've run across him.
Hi there, it's Elizabeth Lozano. Are you ready to get logged in for the hearing this afternoon? Can it be sooner than that? The email was to be ready by 1:30.
Tell him we'll start without him.
Let me see. I've sent a couple of follow-ups as well. I have, let's see, LACHOWSKY@caldwellbose.com. Okay, hang on. This is the last email that we have here. So let me see. Let me have your email. I'll email the district clerk's office. So just see the link below, follow the link down there and get that to your client, please. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. He'll be logging in here in a couple of minutes. There's the wrong email as listed on SmartBench, so I'm gonna have to see if somebody can update that.
What's the correct one, Elizabeth?
It is William. Shoot, hang on, Shayna.
Sure. No worries.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, I got it on there too.
William at CaldwellBowes.com.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Mommy, that's how they have that listed here. So it's up to,
I've been having a few things wrong. They had on Catherine Barron, they had her apartment address on there.
well, so it's going to be however they have it listed at Texas State Bar. So if they have it listed, however they have it listed there, that's how district clerk pulls from there. And then court administrator pulls from district clerk.
And then like they haven't updated Chris Phillies.
Yep, I just emailed them about that as well. So I'm fixing to tell them about this one right now too. I don't.
It's just been a few that have, just those few that I knew
Yeah.
that he left Weinman and stuff, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I had, I mean, like I saw his email address, but I was like, huh. So
yeah,
we'll just see.
Yeah. Yes, after the morning we've had, I'm looking at Miss Hopeby's exhibits, and they're done so correctly. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Oh, have you sent me that link?
I did, yes, sir.
All right, let me go ahead and log into that. So we'll be ahead of the game a little bit.
Ooh, I don't see this one marked on the paper though. I may have spoken too soon.
So the last case has already gone to Judge Hathcock, so the docket's completely done now.
Oh, she didn't mark them on the documents. Urgh. She at least named the file right.
Well, we got 3 people now in the waiting room.
Yay.
William Makowski showed up, whoever that is.
Good
That's
for
the
him.
attorney. So now we're just waiting on Paula Garza, I believe.
Which is his client.
That's the client.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and go mute.
Me too.
I'm good to go on the exhibits, Shannon.
Yeah, you can see them?
Yeah.
Okay. Gives me a good precursor.
Let's see. I think I'm going to go ahead and admit everybody, Shannon, if you're ready. And the other client in here, but we can do some stuff without the client.
Sure, I'm ready. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, it's a civil case, not a criminal, so we can do without her. Oh, we're missing a lawyer, I take it. Are we?
I think we're both here.
I'm here now, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. And we're missing a client then.
And she should be getting on anytime.
Trevor's iPhone. Who is Trevor?
That is our witness, Your Honor.
Who is your witness?
It is the party's 26-year-old son.
All right, we're gonna leave him in the waiting room. So who are we waiting for? Ms. Hotby? Are we waiting for somebody on your side?
No, Your Honor, my client's here.
It's my client, Your Honor, Ms. Garza. She should be getting on any that now. I just sent her.
Ms. Garza's having a little trouble connecting, I think. Can you hear us, Ms. Garza? Ms. Garza, can you hear us now? You need to unmute yourself. Ms. Garza, you need to unmute to respond.
Okay.
All right. Very good. let me call this to order. Let's see, we got somebody else in the waiting room here. We got Trevor there too, so I'm not gonna let him in either. All right. My name is Judge Kirkendall. I'm presiding today at the Travis County District Court. I'm going to ask everybody for some help because we're all in a brave new world with these Zoom hearings. Probably, at least the parties have not engaged in them before. This is now being shown on a YouTube channel live to satisfy the open course provision of the Texas Constitution. Two things I want to make sure. Number one, I don't want Trevor or anybody else who's a witness viewing that. So if you think there's a chance, please text them and tell them not to. Second of all, no recordings of this hearing are permitted other than by the official court reporter. And any violation of these instructions are punishable by contempt of court. Please mute your microphone and only unmute when you are speaking. Please do not speak over other participants. If there is an objection, the attorney will state the word objection and wait for the speaker to stop. If the speaker doesn't stop talking, I will intervene. Briefly then state the basis of your objection. Please, during the hearing, do not use the chat option on the options bar unless the court grants permission. If anyone needs to have a private attorney-client conference or a sidebar conversation, you may be asked to be placed in a breakout room for a private conversation, but I control that. We are invoking the rule for exclusion of witnesses in all Zoom hearings. Other than parties and experts, any witnesses will remain in the Zoom waiting room until they're called to testify. While they're waiting to testify, they may not view or listen to the YouTube live stream, and parties may not communicate with witnesses. Anybody have any questions about these rules? All right, counsel, who is the petitioner here?
We are, Your Honor, Mr. Lewis.
All right, would you give me in 25 words or less what relief you're seeking today, what you're asking me to do?
We are requesting primary conservatorship, basically a flip in the previous order. We've requested a motion to, we have a motion to confer, and we're requesting the judge talk to Kenneth Lewis Jr.
So the basis of that is the child's wishes? Is that what you're?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
How old is the child?
He just turned 17.
So most 17-year-old males are determining their own custody in fact, if not in law. Is that not happening here?
He's spending a lot of time with dad, but I think they're still abiding by the possession schedule just to keep, because I don't think mom is allowing him to come over more than the schedule orders, and he doesn't drive. He doesn't have his license yet, so he can't drive over there yet.
All right. All right, Mr. Lukowski, you got 25 words or less you want to give me in form of an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. We're here defending petitioner's motion to modify, and we understand that Mr. Lewis may feel that his son is going to express to you that he wants to live with him, but we believe there's some serious doubt as to what young Kenny wants to do here. We think he actually does want to stay with mom, that there's some confusion about why he may or may not have wanted to live with dad. And secondly, Judge, the determination here is what's in his best interest. And we feel that the testimony and the evidence that we're going to present today is going to convince you that it's in his best interest to stay with his mom, and that him going with his dad is not in his best interest.
All right. Ms. Hobby, please call your first witness.
Yes, sir. And just as a housekeeping matter, I haven't done a motion to confer when this has been virtual. And are we going to need to bring the child to the courthouse in any form or fashion, or is that just going to be, how's that going to work?
He's apparently in the waiting room. Trevor's iPhone is in the waiting room. I'm assuming that's the child.
That's my witness, Your Honor. That's not the child that's subject to the suit.
Another witness? Trevor's iPhone and Kenneth Lee Lewis Jr. are both in the waiting room.
Kenneth Lee Lewis Jr. is the child.
Okay.
Yes.
What will happen is that my practice is I do everything I can to avoid talking to the child. I understand in this circumstance I may be required to, but I typically do it at the end of the hearing. And what I will do is exclude all of you, and I will bring him into this room, main room, and I will confer with him in the court reporter's presence, but without a record. That's my preference.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right. Who's your first witness?
It's Kenneth Lewis Sr.
All right. Raise your right hand, please, sir. In fact, both parties raise your right hand. You and each of you do solemnly swear or affirm that a testimony you may give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Ms. Garza, can we hear from you? You have to unmute yourself.
I don't know why it's muted again. I do.
All right, very good. Mr. Lewis, state your full name for the record.
Kenneth Lee Lewis, Sr.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Hoppy.
Mr. Lewis, you are the father of Kenneth Lewis Jr., is that correct?
That's correct.
And how old is your son?
He's 17.
And we refer to him as Kenny, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Where do you currently live?
I live about 1.5 miles from Kenny's house, but my address is 1701 South Heatherwild Boulevard in Pflugerville, Texas, with an apartment of 511.
And at your apartment, can you describe how your apartment is? Sorry, can you describe how your apartment's set up? And yeah, can you describe your apartment?
Well, I have a 2-bedroom apartment, obviously 1 bedroom for me and 1 bedroom for Kenny. And it's pretty comfortable living here. I flip the camera around so you can see things, but yeah.
Your Honor, I've got what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 3. May I share the screen, Your Honor?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm a control freak.
Mr. Lewis, I'm showing you what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 3. Can you generally describe are these documents photographs you provided to me?
Yes.
Are these photographs in substantially the same condition that they were in when you provided them to me?
Yes.
Do I appear to have altered them in any way?
No.
Move to admit Petitioner's 3, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Number 3 is admitted.
And can you describe what these pictures are showing?
Well, first picture is Kenny's computer in his bedroom. And the second picture is him doing his homework at his desk in his bedroom.
Okay, and so Kenny, since we've been doing all this online learning, has he been doing schooling at your house?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. How is that going?
He's interactive with me, and whatever he needs, I'm there for him.
Can you describe your Your Honor, I don't need to see the pictures anymore. I don't know. Thank you. And can you describe your relationship with Kenny?
Well, I say Kenny's he's like my best friend, a true junior. And I get along great with Kenny. Pretty much do and say everything we can together.
You all have a lot of shared interests?
Oh, yes, yes.
What kinds of things are you all interested in?
Well, Kenny likes to go out on like adventure walks or whatever. I've taken him some places, whether it be a park or, just he likes to play basketball with his friends or, just interactive things like that. So whatever, here he's doing here at the house, we're participating together.
And do you spend most of the time that you have when he's at your house with him?
Yes, I'm here all the time.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
And you are receiving some form of income, is that correct?
Yes, I receive Social Security.
Are you retired?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to COVID, were you employed?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, my last date of employment was in August of 2019.
Okay. And since then, you've been receiving how much per month in Social Security?
I didn't start receiving Social Security until a few months ago. I'm thinking it's right around $1,500 or so.
Okay. And
all my other expenses, if you don't mind me saying, is just I'm living off of my savings, and it's just getting difficult, to take care of everything, with what I have left.
Okay. Do you have any other children with Ms. Garza?
Yes, I have 2 other children.
What is your relationship like with your other children?
My relationship was great until a certain period of time. The witness that is being called, Trevor, he's actually not 26, he's 29 years old. And, my relationship, I have a loving relationship. I've had my ups and downs with my children, but that's just normal.
You said it was good up until a particular time. What was that time?
Well, as far as, repeat the question on that.
I said you had stated that your relationship was good with your children up until a particular time. When did that happen?
That was around Thanksgiving of last year. Thanksgiving, Christmas, I'm not real sure. It could be New Year's. But my older son had come over and basically just stopped in, and he had a question for me. I could see he was kind of mad, and he asked me why I was suing his mom, and he didn't want any explanation. He just wanted,
Mr. Lewis, we've lost you here.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Lewis?
Your Honor, do you want me to try to call him?
Yeah, he may need to log on. The other thing is if he's on weak Wi-Fi, we get these things. Okay. Yeah, I figured we'd lose him. So he needs to call back in. And if he can hardwire it, or heck, use it. That computer of his son's he showed is a pretty powerful gaming computer. If he could log in on that.
Okay. Let me see what kind. May I give him a quick phone call and see if he's having any issues?
I'll put you on mute. Go ahead.
Excuse me, I'm gonna get some water.
Oh, you can do anything you'd like, ma'am.
Thank you. There. Hey, when you were doing the introduction and stuff,
Any progress?
Yeah, he said he was in the he's online, but he's trying to get into the meeting room, so he should be able to log back in. I told him if it happens again, then try getting on Kenny's computer. So hopefully he he has that option.
All right, you're back, Mr. Lewis. Can you hear us? Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I told your lawyer, a lot of times if you're on Wi-Fi and not hot wire, not wired to the modem,
Yeah.
you're going to have problems. Are you on an iPad or something?
No, sir. I'm on a laptop.
Okay, well, we'll keep going.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the bit.
Go ahead, Ms. Humphrey.
So I believe we were discussing an event that occurred around Thanksgiving where your oldest son came to your house. Can you describe what happened then?
Well, I invited him over because I had cooked, but anyhow, he had, knocked on the door. He came over after work. It was about 11:30 at night. I let him in and, he just had a question for me. He said, I had a couple of items that belonged to him. He got those, and when he wanted to exit, he was explaining, that he was mad. He asked me why I was suing his mom, or if I was suing her, and I said yes. And if he would let me explain, and he didn't want any explanation. He just left abruptly.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, or do you have any reason to believe that Kenny's aware of, well, obviously today he's aware of the litigation, but when this was initially filed, was he aware that litigation was pending?
Well, I'm quite sure, at home with his mom, I'm sure there's a lot of discussion about it. I just occasionally ask him, maybe how he feels, or, that he knows this is, coming up.
And can you describe how, let's talk about how Kenny appears to feel. When he comes over to your house, can you describe his behavior and his demeanor?
Well, I just had him for the whole month of July, and that was a good relief for him, to relax, enjoy, there's no bothers other than, he was finishing up on some summer school work. And other than that, when I visit him on weekends and stuff, I feel there's sometimes where he's got extreme anxiety. And as a father, I have my instincts too. And I have the instincts, in other words, that, he's being pressured at home. And I don't like to discuss it with him because that brings out his anxiety. And I just try to make him as comfortable as as it can be to a normal life here at my place.
What do you notice about his anxiety whenever it's getting close to time to go back home?
Well, last night he had taken a nap, and I'd gotten him up, prior to driving him home, and he just seems like he wanted to sleep because I feel his anxiety again, knowing that this is going to take place.
Is he a pretty emotional kid?
Well, he don't cry big or anything like that. No, it's kind of hard for him to really show emotions other than, laughter and joy.
And so what initially caused you to file this litigation or file a suit?
Well, I've always explained to my son, if I had a place on my own, that, with him involved, that was my plans. It's not that I had plans of, taking him away or whatever, but now that, it took me from the time that, I had retired from work, it took me a good while to regain, with my finances and everything, just to get a place and everything. So, it's just, it's taken a while for me to be able to get up and go get a job and all that. So, financially, I've been strapped for a good while.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the expenses that you're covering for Kenny right now. Are you covering any additional expenses other than child support?
Health insurance, the other things, I'll buy him clothes or, of course, food, groceries for the house here. I have already purchased him a vehicle, and I'm just awaiting. I want him to get into driver's ed, which, it's kind of posed a problem because I have no decisions on anything that involves him. In other words, I don't get cooperation.
Have you tried to?
I'm sorry.
Have you tried to discuss driver's ed with Ms. Garza?
No, I talked about it with Kenny. I think Ms. Garza had signed him up on an online thing, but it never happened. Driving, no nothing. So what my plans are, here in August, I want to get him signed up for class, and I'll be taking him whenever because it's prevalent that he needs his driver's license to go back and forth to school or wherever.
And has he expressed to you a want or a need to have a license?
Yeah, he knows. I more or less being the father, expressed to him that this is a vital part of him, that everybody has to have transportation and, be able to go where they want to go when they want to go.
Your Honor, I would like to publish what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 4. Mr. Lewis, are these photographs that you previously provided to me?
Yes.
And are these photographs in the same, substantially the same form as they were in when you provided to me?
Oh, yes.
Do I appear to have altered them in any way?
No, ma'am.
And do they accurately depict the scene as it was when you took these pictures?
Yes.
I move to admit petitioners 4.
Any objection? All right, they're admitted.
And what is this a picture of?
This is the vehicle that I purchased for Kenny.
Okay. Does he appear to be excited about having a car?
He's smiling in that picture. He looks good there. Yeah, he's ready.
Now, can you generally describe some of the concerns that you have about Kenny's life over at Mom's house?
Counsel, you haven't heard me before, but I always give this speech. Family law should not, I don't like the word concerns in a family law case. I want evidence. I don't care what anybody's worried about unless it's based in fact. So let's stick to the evidence.
How is Kenny's school going?
Not doing great. He did have to take summer school. I'm very concerned about, I don't think he can, I'm sure he's going to have a very hard time graduating if this goes online all year.
What are his?
Is that I want to be able to get him back into school and interact with teachers, and he needs that. At home, he doesn't have that, so it's very easy for him to not proceed, with his homework and stuff. It's difficult.
What specific classes did he have issues with that he had to retake online, or that he had to go to summer school for?
I think that, math is one of them, and I kind of forget, what the name of his other class is. But I get emails as well as Paula, and stating what he's behind on. I have a chart that I can go to and see where he needs help, explain to him what mission the sun is, and it generally comes together like that from there. But it's not easy.
So when you say it's not easy, what is the difficulty with his schooling right now?
I think it's just a matter of direction, and the situation that we're in here, as far as being divorced and having to go back and forth and all that, I believe that's put a burden, on him a little bit as well, because, he's worrying about all this stuff. And so this jumps in and out. It's harder for him to concentrate. And I'd like to, to give him that environment here. It's very quiet, and he can get up, take breaks, and snack or whatever. And I'm just constantly with him, seeing where he's at, what he's on, and so on.
How would you describe your parenting style?
I don't want to say I'm laid back, but yes, I'm not giving Kenny, constant direction of what he should be doing. I want him to be his own person and bring himself out. And, this kind of situation will enable him. So I've given him that environment, and, it's not that he comes out and, with problems and talks to me all the time, but if there is a situation, I'll be able to talk to him, calmly, and let him, just explain and be himself.
Do you and Miss Garza talk often?
No.
Do you talk on the phone at all?
Very seldom.
How do you guys primarily communicate?
Text.
What types of things do you guys primarily communicate about?
There are probably disagreements, or or just different things on the fact. I mean, they're not many of them are positive. I mean, I have had some positive, I've had some positive texts with her, but that's very few and in between. I don't feel like I have a relationship with her because she's not letting me. She wants to, I don't want to say, in other words, she wants to be the one that people come to, so to say. I don't know what to say.
So what was the last, can you remember the last disagreement you all had?
Yes, I have a title to a truck that is signed in both our names, and in order for me to sell it, I needed her to sign a place on the back of the title. And at the same time, I mean, I happen to have in my possession her vehicle title, which I'd already signed my name on it. And I had phone conversation and text conversation with her, but it turned into a whole lot more than that. She started asking for other monies and stuff from the past.
What's the relevance of this? Does this have anything to do with anything I need to decide today?
Okay.
Mr. Lewis, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to your lawyer.
No, Your Honor, I just don't want to come up. I mean, I think I can rephrase my question to what was the last disagreement about the child that they had.
Let's do that.
Right. What was the last disagreement about Kenny or anything related to Kenny that you all had?
Well, I know one of the big ones. See, I have Kenny for the summer, so I have him for 30 days in July, and I had received some text messages before that, Paul requesting to have more time, or she wanted the summer and this and that. But these things are supposed to be written out in April, and they have to be agreed upon. And I did not agree on that, and I think she had a little fit.
Do you find it easy to co-parent with Ms. Garza?
No.
And does she keep you in the loop when it comes to Kenny's educational or medical issues?
Medical, yes. And it's not a whole lot of communication there. It's just a matter of, what his appointment is, or so on. And yes, there's difficulty with it. In just talking about anything on parenting.
Your Honor, I'm gonna pass witness.
All right, Mr. Lefkowski, I have some questions first before you take over here.
Yes, sir.
How old are you, Mr. Lewis?
I am 62 years old.
What school is Kenny enrolled in?
He's enrolled in Weiss High School in Pflugerville.
Weiss?
Yes, sir.
And what year is he?
What year is he graduating?
No, what year is he? Is he a junior?
Yes, he's in 11th grade right now, so yes.
Okay. I noticed that.
I'm sorry, sir. This is his senior year starting right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I noticed looked like he had a pretty good sized computer and one of those gaming chairs in there. Is he a big video gamer?
Yes, he does.
At your house? How many hours a day would you say?
How long does he spend on there?
When he's with you?
A lot of time. Some of it's schoolwork, and the other stuff he might be gaming or doing other things.
Is he involved in any extracurricular activities at school?
No, I don't believe so.
And are you current on your child support?
Yes.
The vehicle you bought for Kenny, when did you buy that?
The what did I buy?
The vehicle.
I bought it a few months ago.
And where is it now?
In the picture that my lawyer had showed, that is where it's at. And actually, if you look behind the car, that's my apartment patio right there.
Is anybody using that vehicle now?
No, sir.
Just sitting there?
It's sitting there waiting.
All right. How much did you pay for that vehicle?
Approximately $6,000.
Right. And is it paid for?
Yes, sir.
All right. Excuse me, Mr. Lefkowski. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lewis, let me ask you, you said just a second ago to the judge that you're current on child support. What leads you to believe that?
I pay every month. This is something that I have to research, because when I got back into my financial situation where I was behind on child support back in November of 2019. So when my finances were available, I paid like about 2 payments. Like I said, I need to research back on. I meant to do that last night on my bank to tally everything up, because it seems like when I receive the letters and I do pay $733.12 a month or whatever, and the statements I keep getting do show that there's some arrears.
Okay, well, let me stop you there then.
Okay.
Then if you've been receiving statements that show an alleged arrearage for support, why did you just tell Judge Kirkendall that you're not behind on child support?
Well, I say, as far as I know, I have to do some research on this, and I do make monthly child supports. And when I got my finances in the beginning back in November is where I paid all the back child support and started paying monthly. And I'm just wondering if they have an error down there.
Well, have you called anyone at the Attorney General's office? Have you tried to log into your payment portal to see what the arrearage would be?
Well, yes, I log in every month to make my $733.12 the payments.
Okay. Well, do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you that you owe over $4,000 in arrearage on child support right now?
I feel that's a big disagreement. Like I said, that's, I have to go to my bank records, and I will be able to show all the arrears that I was in because of, retiring and not having a job. My finances didn't come in until like October, November. And that's when I started making like $2,500, another $2,000, because at that time it looked like I was about $5,000 in arrears. So I paid that stuff up, and then I started making monthly payments.
And remind me again, when did you purchase that vehicle for $6,000?
I would say maybe around February.
Don't you think it's more important for you to, use your excess resources to get caught up on child support and make sure that you've done everything that the underlying order requires you to do?
I have the resources to pay my child support. I'm living off of my life savings right now, and it's not easy. And like I explained in the beginning, I had come into this and paid the arrears in November, December, and maybe January of 2020. And since then, I've been paying monthly payments.
Okay. Let me ask you about your life savings. What does that amount to?
My life savings, I have a savings account, and I also have stock in my previous employer.
How much is in your savings account?
My savings account, about $40,000.
So you have $40,000 in savings, and you show on your budget that you run a $1,700 a month deficit. Is that right?
That's right.
And you're not disabled, are you? You're just receiving Social Security income?
Yes, but I plan on going into a disability Social Security fund, in the future.
And when's the last time you held a job?
August of 2019.
And what was the circumstances for that ending?
I retired. The plant closed.
Okay. Do you have health insurance available to you? Do you receive Medicaid?
Let me ask a follow-up question. Mr. Lewis, you said you're going to go to Social Security disability. What is your disability?
Well, I have a couple of disabilities. I have lower back, problems, and I also have both knees. I need knee replacement.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Excuse me again. Go ahead, Mr. Wachowski.
Also in your pre-trials, Mr. Lewis, you indicate that you have the ability to provide private health insurance for Kenny. Is that true?
Yes.
And what plan do you have available to you? You going to go on the marketplace, or what resources do you obtain?
I've already done that. As soon as my monies had come in, and my insurance stopped at my company, I transferred over to a Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas.
Okay. Okay. So let me just ask you this. If it turns out that there really is a arrearage in this case, since you have plenty of resources on hand, could you take care of that promptly through the state disbursement unit to make sure that you pay exactly what you're owed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me get back to some stuff you were saying about your relationship with Kenny. You described him as your best friend, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is smoking pot something that you do with your best friend?
No. That may have been something that happened one time.
Okay. So if Miss Garza and your other son, Trevor, testify to the fact that you've provided weed to your son and smoked it with him, would that be untrue?
I don't know if I provided it. It could have been my son, Trevor, that brought it over.
But you don't know for certain. It sounds like you just don't remember.
It was one of those parent things. In other words, that, I knew my son had brought it up, and, he's talked to it with his brother and stuff. So I had preferred him, instead of being out in the streets or whatever, I allowed him and his brother, to partake in that on one occasion.
So you think that's appropriate for a 16, 17-year-old young man in high school to be smoking weed with his brother or with his father?
I really don't think it's appropriate, but I'd rather have had him in my sight than him being anywhere else. So, and he was also with his brother. So
is that indicative of your unique parenting style, Mr. Lewis?
No, it's not.
And
I actually, if you want to hear, actually after that took place, I noticed that was something that, Kenny, let's just say, he didn't react well. And from there, I said, this stuff's not for you. Don't mess around with it.
So what do you mean he didn't react well? Did he have a bad reaction to using the drug?
No, it wasn't a bad reaction. It just, I saw it just, take some motivation away, so to say.
I mean, you described yourself as a laid back person, and that's indicative of your parenting style. Your choice with this, was this anything you thought might be smart to talk with Miss Garza about, that you were going to let your son smoke weed with his brother?
My other son, he knew about it, and I'm sure he's the one that went and talked to his mom about it.
That's
But
not the question I asked, sir. I'm not asking if your son knew or didn't know. I'm asking if you thought to speak with Miss Garza about that, and don't you think
no,
you should have?
the answer is no.
Do you think you should have talked to her about that?
No.
And is the reason because you know it was a bad parenting decision to begin with?
Nope.
Okay. Let me ask you some more about this. Do you know if Kenny's going to have to change high schools if the court grants your relief today?
He will not have to change high schools.
Okay. Have you spoken with an administrator at Weiss about that?
When I have the ability to be able to interject and help make decisions for my son, yes.
So you don't have a plan then. So you can't sit here and tell me whether or not you've reached.
I have a slight plan, yes. In other words, my priorities are focused entirely on my son. And the biggest priority, he's expressed interest in wanting to join the armed forces when he graduates. But my interest right now is getting him the best knowledge and the best grades he can in high school so he can present that to wherever he goes. And that is my main plan right now, is I want to be with him as much as I can to help him out in the more serious places he needs.
So which parent has Kenny lived with for the first 17 years of his life primarily?
Well, he lived with both parents until approximately 6 years ago.
Well, since the decree was entered, he lived primarily with Miss Garza, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that he's done pretty good under her watchful eye since that time?
Nope.
Okay. What guilt or what criticism do you have for yourself during this process? Are you the best parent and Miss Garza's a bad parent?
Nah, no, sir.
Okay. So you said that you have a loving relationship, or at least a normal relationship, with your older son, Trevor. He's 29. I apologize. I think I said
Yeah,
he's 20.
he's 29. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have a good relationship with him until, things started to fall apart when I got divorced with his mom.
Well, I'm going to ask you about that. So isn't it true, sir, that he lived with you for a period of time?
No, I lived with him.
You lived with him?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And it's true, right, that you weren't paying him rent or providing any type of financial assistance to him during that period of time?
There were times that I did pay rent and so on, but there were a lot of unpaid rent issues, and my son Trevor knew the situation that, when my divorce, ended up, I didn't have any funds left over after all my deductions to even rent my own place. I didn't have any money.
Well, you got $40,000 in a savings account, didn't you?
I do now. I did not back then.
You had any conversations with Trevor about paying him back for those months that you never supported him?
Sure did.
And so isn't it true also that he had to take you to a psychiatric hospital one night after you had a bad reaction to smoking marijuana?
It wasn't marijuana. No, that was not the reaction, and that was not the cause.
What was the cause?
The cause from my doctor is something like this could come on from a lot of stress. And that's basically my life has been nothing but stress, since we divorced.
Were you arrested that night?
No, I was not.
Were the police called?
They had EMS and the police were there also.
And isn't it true that you've actually gotten in a physical altercation with your son, Trevor, an actual fist fight?
Yes, that happened once.
Okay. And so what about this should give us confidence that you're qualified to be Kenny Jr.'s primary conservator here?
I'm really not understanding. Are you saying this to the question of how I've been with my oldest son?
Well, I'm curious. I mean, with your track record, are you confident in your ability to be the primary parent in this situation?
Very confident.
Okay, so let's go through your rap sheet here. You've gotten in a physical fight with your 29-year-old son. You've allowed your 16, now 17-year-old son to use illegal drugs. And so with those, considering those things, you still think you're the best choice for a primary parent?
Yes, I do, because it's not all one-sided here on marijuana use.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Hobie?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. How old was Trevor when you all got in a fist fight?
That would be about around 5 years ago. So he was probably about 25 years old or so.
And what is the difference in demeanor between Trevor and Kenny?
Kenny's more understanding. He doesn't like to argue. He'll listen to you, and I, give him the ability to express himself. And the difference is Trevor is just, he's a little bit more hard-minded. He's more of a liberal person, and it causes difference in our relationship.
In that fight, who was the aggressor? Who started the fight?
It was both of us in on that. And I could just add, in other words, like, yes, we were close face to face, and I may have pushed him away. And when I pushed him away is when he came at me with a swing, and the rest is whatever.
Let's talk about the smoking marijuana incident. How long ago did that happen?
I'm not sure if it was around Thanksgiving or toward the end of last year.
And is Kenny allowed to smoke marijuana at your house?
No, he's not.
Have you ever drug tested Kenny to ensure that he's not smoking marijuana at your house?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you drug tested Kenny?
Last night.
And is it a clear boundary that you have with Kenny that is not to occur at your house?
Right. No, he's not allowed to do that.
Is Kenny allowed to?
Mr. Lewis, why do you need to drug test your son at your house?
For the reasons, in other words, that, I want to be checking on him and make sure he's doing well in school, because that other stuff is just going to take him away.
What indication do you have that he is smoking marijuana other than with you on that one occasion?
I don't have a lot of issue knowing that he is. Last night I needed that support because he was telling me his mom was going to test him. And the reason why I had to test, Your Honor, is to relieve him of his worries. He hasn't been smoking marijuana, and the test came up negative.
I'm not sure I understand, but go ahead, Ms. Hockney.
Have you and Ms. Garza talked about Kenny's drug use in the past?
Not really, no.
Has she ever expressed to you that she believes that he smokes marijuana?
No.
Did Ms. Garza ever confront you about the smoking marijuana incident?
No.
Did she ever contact CPS, or was there ever an investigation about that incident?
No.
Since then, has she ever tried to restrict your possession with Kenny? Has she ever tried?
The most recent, if anything, is I showed up at 6 o'clock on Friday of the weekend of Father's Day, and she come outside and asked me what I was doing there. So I reminded her it was a Father's Day weekend, and she went in, and it took Kenny a while to come back out.
But you've had all your extended summer possessions and extended holiday possessions since then, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
To the best of your understanding, were you aware that Ms. Garza knew about the incident?
As far as which incident?
When the smoking marijuana incident.
Mr. Lachowski, Mr. Lakowski, rather than address your client, I'm going to address you. She is making faces, minor ones, as Mr. Lewis testifies. I'd ask her to remain impassive. I understand this is emotional, but we need to just get through this.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Were you under the understanding that she is aware of the incident?
Yes, I'm aware. I think she's aware of it, yes. And if you want me to further explain, I believe she's bringing my older son up against me today. And that right there, you know, is show me how she was aware and what she wants to do about it.
In a reference to his high school, Miss Garza lives in the Weiss High School district. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so long as she lives in that district, is it your understanding that he can continue to go to school there?
Yes. I mean,
Regardless.
we have a shared address. I mean, we'd only lived so far apart. And I mean, if necessary, you know, before his driver's license, I'd take him to school every day and pick him up.
And so long as she's at that address, you're fine using that address
Yes.
for her to. Okay.
Yes.
What school would he go to if she was no longer at that address?
He'd be going to Pflugerville High School.
In reference to what Mr. Lakowski was asking you about child support, how many child support payments in the last year have you missed or not made on time?
My child support was taken out of my paychecks. So the last time that a payment was taken out would have been around August. And after that, my retirement date, I was without funds until I had, you know, my severance pay and other monies. And so there was a time, in other words, from August until about November or so that I hadn't paid child support until I received some type of income.
Prior to your divorce decree being entered, was child support being paid to the Attorney General or directly to Ms. Garza?
It had to be going through the Attorney General. I don't think I've ever made a payment by check or anything like that.
And did you have an arrearage prior to your divorce decree being entered? Were you behind on child support in 2015 or 2016?
Well, the divorce was in around 2012, 2013, and I was still working all the way up till 2019 of August, and all the child supports were made through my through the payment through my check.
Okay. I pass witness, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Lakowski?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Lewis, you said that Kenny experienced anxiety before going back to his mom's house, and is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you also testified that he feels pressured and this litigation is having an impact on him. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And isn't it true, sir, that you're the cause of that? That if it wasn't for you here today asking your son to make a choice, that he might not be facing that anxiety?
No, he's completely with me.
Okay, and I think you also testified earlier too that that you've had conversations with Kenny in the past that, you know, when I get a place of my own, you're going to come live with me. Is that correct?
That's not exactly correct. In other words, I have never missed a day of being with my son during this divorce, weekends, 1 day a week, and so on. And you know, I spend all my time with him. Could you repeat?
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm answering correctly.
Well, is it fair to say that you're encouraging him? You're the one trying to effectuate the change, and you put the bug in his head. Is that true?
No, I'm not encouraging him. I mean, I've gotten along with my son from the beginning, and you know,
Okay.
I know his body language and what he talks to me about.
So back to the drug issue for a second. You said you administered a test to Kenny last night.
Yes, sir.
What kind of test?
It's a stick test, you know, that you do a pee sample and that's it.
Okay. And how about you? Do you use drugs still? Do you have paraphernalia or marijuana in the home?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you used an illegal drug?
Probably around back when, just a little bit after when I did with Kenny, probably around Christmas time or something like that.
And what was the drug of choice?
No drugs. It was marijuana.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but marijuana is still a controlled substance in this state, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what if you took a drug test today? Do you think you'd come up positive or clean?
No, I'll be clean.
So would you be willing to take a drug test today to show the court that your testimony is accurate about not using illegal drugs?
Well,
it's a simple question, sir. You sound pretty confident that you're not a drug user anymore. So.
The fact is that yes, I'll take a test.
Okay. Are you confident you passed it?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, Mr. LaCassie, we're having trouble with you. Your connection.
Are you confident that you would pass the drug test, Mr. Lewis?
I'm pretty confident, let's just say. I don't know how the test works, or you know from how long ago or what. So.
Pass would, Mr. Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Humphrey?
No, Your Honor.
All right, call your next witness.
We have no more witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kowski, you want to call a witness?
I'd like to call my client, Ms. Garza, Your Honor.
All right, would you unmute, please, Ms. Garza? You were sworn. Are you okay to proceed, Sheena, for now?
I'm okay to proceed. Mr. Lakowski's breaking up really badly, though. I don't know if maybe you want to try to log out and log back in.
Let's try this, and I'll stop him if he keeps breaking up.
Okay, that's fine. Sure.
Sometimes Wi-Fi comes and goes, Mr. Lakowski. It's always better to be hardwired. All right, Ms. Garza, you were previously sworn. You're under oath, so would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Paula Silviana Garza.
Right. Go ahead, counsel.
Paula, describe briefly your relationship with your son, Kenny.
Mr. Lakowski, it's not working. You're going to need to sign out and log back in.
May I go get some more water?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We're on recess when he comes back.
Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Much.
Okay, thank you. May I resume, Your Honor?
You may. Are you ready, Mr. President?
Yes.
Paula, if you will, I want to draw your attention to Respondents Exhibit 6. And Your Honor, I'm assuming you're going to share screen with that.
Working on it now.
Thank you, sir.
You're dealing with old fingers, so it takes a little while. Go ahead.
Ms. Garza, do you recognize this child support arrearage document?
Yes, sir.
And did you provide this document to me based on your custodial parent access to the Attorney General website?
Yes, sir.
And does it appear to be altered or manipulated in any way?
No, sir.
And is it your understanding this is a fair and accurate representation of the current arrearage or the balance of the unpaid support currently?
I do believe so, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask or offer Respondent 6 to be admitted.
Do you have any objection, counsel?
Not to this document, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, Respondent number 6 is admitted.
Okay. And Paula, I'd also like to direct your attention to Respondents Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this proposed support decision?
Can you see it, Ms. Garza?
I don't have my reading glasses, but
Well, let me ask you this, Ms.
I haven't seen the document before, but
Well, Ms. Garza, do you remember filling out a budget for me in preparation for this trial?
yes,
And
yes.
if you would just take a quick glance at this document, do these figures representing your income and your current monthly expenses, do those appear to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that this proposed support decision is a fair and accurate representation of your current monthly finances?
Yes, sir.
I'd offer Respondents 2, Your Honor.
I'll be glad if the council doesn't object to admit it. I don't require these to be admitted. I review support recommendations from the parties and the attorneys without them being admitted into evidence. If you want it in, we'll do it.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, number 2 is admitted.
Well, Paula, what I'm getting at is it currently hard for you to make ends meet monthly?
Yes.
And how many jobs do you work?
I work 2 jobs, and I am I consider myself an entrepreneur, and I do what I need to do to get by in terms of trying to figure out. I opened up my business, but with the COVID, I haven't been able to do anything with it. So I want to restructure that. So
Okay, let me ask you, are you involved in Kenny Jr.'s schooling? Do you help him access the online portal?
Kenny is very proficient with the computer, and I have attended his 504 meetings since he was a child, and I have solely attended his 504 meetings. I have been responsible for the children's education, even when I was married. Kenny, actually, Kenny does really good. He does better with online learning than he does in school.
Okay, let me ask you this, Ms. Garza. You said that you've solely attended his 504 meetings. How long has that been the case?
since he was in 5th grade.
And has Mr. Lewis participated or shown any interest in those meetings or?
No.
Okay. Have you encouraged him or asked him over the years to try and be a part of that?
No, because Mr. Lewis has never been attentive to the children's education. I'm an educator. I have an associate's degree in early childhood education and a bachelor's degree in applied materials, and it's very important for children to have continuity and stability. And Trevor and Viviana were able to graduate with their kindergarten classmates, and I want that for my son.
Okay. And do you believe if Mr. Lewis wins custody today, that will disrupt Kenny Jr.'s path towards graduating next?
Yes, yes, it will. The in-school transfers is done in March. When he filed this lawsuit, prior to this lawsuit being filed, there was no idea in Baird's head about him wanting to go live with his dad. It was never an issue that ever came up. My son on target to graduate.
Ms. Garza, listen to the question, only answer the question.
Okay.
Your lawyer will ask you if he needs anything further. Go ahead, sir.
Paula, when did the issue of Kenny Jr. wanting to live with his dad first come up?
Actually, he has never told me that he wanted to live with his dad. He told me that he was confused. And
let me ask you another question, Ms. Garza. You can't tell us what your son said. That's hearsay.
Okay.
So, but based on this current situation,
Okay.
is it your understanding that your son wants to go live with his father?
No.
Okay.
Based on the current situation, no.
Okay. Let me direct your attention, ma'am, to respondents 4. And Ms. Garza, there's a series of images here. Do you recognize that compilation of images in that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize them?
On January 10th, before the school bus, I caught my son smoking marijuana before the bus picked him up in back of the Chanty.
Okay. And let me ask you another question.
Sure.
Did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
And do they appear to be altered or manipulated in any way?
No.
And are they a true and accurate reflection of what they depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer respondents 4.
Any objection, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
So Paula, tell us again, when did you make this discovery and when did you take these pictures?
January 10th, when he came back from school, I told my son, you're 16 years old, your brain is still developing, you have no business smoking marijuana. I learned that back on Thanksgiving that he had smoked with his dad, and his behavior was a little bit off. And from Thanksgiving till I confiscated this from him, I had a conversation with him, and I told him that he needs to stop. I didn't know what to do. I contacted the school police officer, And because I didn't know how to handle this situation in terms of legally, I thought of calling CPS, but I thought I didn't talk to his dad because I know that this comes from his dad.
All right, let me ask you another question, Ms. Garza. So the first picture is a loot gaming box with what appears to be paraphernalia in it. Is that one of Kenny's like computer boxes, or what is that?
This box is a box where he had his video games. And I noticed this box when he came from his dad. He was walking in and out of the house with it, but I didn't think anything of it.
Okay.
And yeah.
And do you know, so scroll to the second image, do you know what those items are, that silver disc and that wooden shaped box? What are those two items?
There's a thermos. There's a silver thermos and a small thermos. And in that thermos, there was a little bit of marijuana in it.
Okay, and is that a device that he would use to break it down and to consume it?
And the round thing is a cutter.
Okay. And I'm assuming you confronted your son about this discovery?
I confiscated this from him. I told him, I want you to go into your room and get me everything that you have.
So is it fair to say, Ms. Garza, that this type of behavior is absolutely not allowed in your household?
It is absolutely not allowed. I do not condone underage drinking or underage, the brain is still developing. It doesn't stop developing until you're 24 years old.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Lewis has encouraged this type of behavior?
It's my understanding 100% that he has encouraged this. And also, my son told me that when I confiscated that from him, told his dad, and he got mad at me.
Ms. Garza, there's an objection. Go ahead with your objection, Ms. Hovey.
Hearsay, Your Honor. She's just about to, she testified her son was going to tell her something.
Sustained. Move on, please.
So, Ms. Garza, do you think you are in a position to continue to be the primary caretaker for Kenny Jr.?
Absolutely.
And do you believe that that you can provide a safe and stable environment for him going forward?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that Mr. Lewis has the ability to do that?
No.
Given Mr. Lewis's track record and what he's done in the past with your other son, do you have any faith in him whatsoever that he can provide a stable environment for Kenny?
No.
I mean, but you would agree that spending time with his son is important, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but under the current circumstances he's asking for, that's not the case.
Correct.
And did you have to borrow some money, Ms. Garza, in order to retain counsel and present a defense in this case?
Yes.
And are you asking the court to award you attorney's fees today at the conclusion of the hearing for having to defend this suit?
Yes, please.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
You have questions, Ms. Hope?
Yes, Your Honor. Have you ever smoked marijuana with any of your children?
When my son, my oldest son's birthday, when he was 27, I did, he invited me to smoke it, and I did smoke it with him, an adult child.
When was the last time you smoked marijuana?
It's been years. I think the last time was with my son.
Does your son come over to your house regularly?
Which son are we talking about?
I'm sorry, Trevor.
No.
So you testified that you're okay with Mr. Lewis having these extended periods of possession of Kenny Jr., like summer and spring break. Is that correct?
Well, that is what the law allows. I mean, as far as I know, my son Kenny Jr. isn't smoking. I have asked him to do a drug test because I bought some drug tests and I wanted to drug test him, but he hasn't done it. But as far as I know, I've talked with him and I told him, if you do this, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting me. I do believe that children need a relationship with their father, but their father needs to be healthy.
So it's your testimony that you don't think that Kenny's smoking marijuana anymore. Is that correct?
I don't know.
On the January 10th incident, why didn't you call Ken Sr. to discuss that with him?
Because Kenneth Sr. does not communicate with me. I knew that he would deny it, and he doesn't communicate with me in regards to his child. He changed my child's doctor without informing me.
Objection,
There was no communication.
Ms. Garza had an objection with me. What's your objection, Ms. Opie?
Non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh my God.
Well, Ms. Opie, go ahead and ask another question. Mr. Lukowski can ask a follow-up if he wants more information.
Okay. Isn't it true that you don't communicate with him either, correct?
That is not true.
When was the last time you sent him a message about a doctor's appointment, educational decision, any child care decision?
When my son was sick, I believe it was when I found out that he changed his doctor without informing me, that he took my son on a doctor's appointment without informing me. When my son is sick, I do contact him. I have asked him to mend his relationship with our daughter. I do contact him. I send him texts.
So you said when he changed the doctor, what do you mean by he changed the doctor?
He changed my son's primary doctor without informing me.
So Mr. Lewis has Kenny during school time now that he's doing online school. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Does Mr. Lewis ever have Kenny during his online schooling?
He's with me primarily.
Okay. And is Mr. Lewis meant to help Kenny with homework and that kind of thing?
Mr. Lewis has never helped my son with his—
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. What? How? Can you restate the question?
Is Mr. Lewis supposed to help Kenny with homework in the evenings?
Is he supposed to? Is he supposed to? I don't know how to answer that. My son, he's not like supposed to. To my knowledge, he doesn't. But Kenneth Lee Lewis Jr. is very proficient. He's a good student, and he actually does better online.
Why did he have to take summer classes?
He has had to take summer classes because he did not do well with his pre-cal class. This lawsuit has been stressful on him, and he got behind with his pre-cal class. But he did really good during the summer, and he passed his class with 90 something.
You saw one of the pictures that we admitted in evidence of Kenny doing his homework at Mr. Lewis's house. Is that correct?
I don't know. I saw a picture of him on the computer. I don't know exactly what he was doing.
How is Mr. Lewis supposed to help Kenny with his homework if he's not aware of what's going on with the 504 plan?
Mr. Lewis has access to a computer. He has access to his teachers. Any moment of the day, he can communicate with them. And he hasn't for all these years.
You have ultimate decision-making authority as far as Kenny's education, isn't that true?
I wouldn't say ultimate. If he wanted to be involved, he could be involved. I am open to hearing, you know, what's his thoughts are, but he's never shared his thoughts in regards to my son's education. Otherwise, he wouldn't have filed this lawsuit.
Are you the one that are you the one that makes the appointments to get with the 504 team for Kenny?
Yes, I am.
And are those appointments posted anywhere that Mr. Lewis has access to them?
I do believe that they have access to his email. The counselors do.
And to the best of your knowledge, have those been sent to him? Those meeting requests been sent to him?
To my knowledge, yes.
Have you ever talked to Kenny about this litigation?
When I was trying to defend myself because I didn't have an attorney, I actually practiced. I was getting online and I was trying to learn how to defend myself, how to learn law. And I did sit down with him and I wrote a lot of questions and I saw a lot of, you know, videos on how to defend yourself. So to answer the question, yes, I had to, because I thought I was going to end up having to defend myself.
Have you ever talked to Kenny about child support?
About child support? No, I don't think so.
Have you ever told Kenny that if he didn't live with you, you wouldn't get child support?
No.
Have you ever told Kenny, have you ever spoke negatively of Mr. Lewis to Kenny?
I don't think so. I have gotten mad at Mr. Lewis, but I'm a human being, you know. I try to stay away from that. I don't know. I don't recall.
Have you ever talked to Kenny about having the choice about where he wants to live?
Yes, I did tell him. I did tell him, my concern is this, is that it's going to affect, from what I understand, and I talked with the registrar, the in-school district transfers is done in March. And if they're done late, it doesn't guarantee the student can stay in that school. He's a senior. He wants to graduate with his kindergarten peers. It's important for him to graduate with his kindergarten peers. And I did let him know what the registrar told me in terms of filling out that in-school district transfer.
So it's your understanding that even though you still live in the district, that Kenny can't continue to go to that school?
It's my understanding that it may affect where he goes to school. That is my understanding. That's what I was told, and that's what I let him know.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And you just recently got a job, is that correct?
No.
How long have you been employed?
I've been employed, well, I've been employed for 4 or 5 years with Cater to You, and then prior to that with First Home Health Care. I take care of my 86, gonna be 87-year-old mom.
And I see on your support decision that she also pays rent?
Yes.
If you were to not get child support anymore or have child support reduced, Would you be capable of paying your bills?
If if I do not get child support or have the child support reduced, I will do what I have to do to survive. I want the courts to consider that that Mr. Lewis can pay child support. He doesn't want to pay child support. And
Let's talk about child support. Your Honor, I'd like to look at what's been marked as Respondents Exhibit 5.
I don't see Mr. Lewis any longer either.
Oh, at all?
Let me go check. No, don't ask any questions quite yet. All right, he's in the waiting room. I guess he logged back in. You with us, Mr. Lewis?
Oh, yes, I did, sir. I'm sorry.
All right, you can proceed, counsel.
Do you recognize this document, Ms. Garza?
yes, I think so. Mhm.
Do you believe that this is an accurate reflection of the payments that have been made toward child support?
Yes,
Right. And did you provide this document to your attorney prior to trial?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit what has been marked as Respondents Exhibit 5, if I can get it out.
You have any objection, Mr. Mikowski?
No, Your Honor, I do not.
All right, number 5 is admitted.
So let's scroll to the end of this document.
That's actually the beginning there.
Right, the beginning, in time, yes, the beginning. So if we could just kind of scroll, Ms. Lewis, check on that page. Did Mr. Lewis miss any child support payments on that page?
And Judge, I'm just going to object that I don't know that this exercise is relevant. There's not an enforcement before the court today. What is
the point here, Miss? I don't understand.
Your Honor, I guess the point is that they admitted Respondent 6 that showed he was in arrears $4,000, but on this document, there's just no way that he could be in arrears $4,000 if you scroll through it. And if that's going to be an issue that the court considers, I just want to make sure that it's clear that he's been paying his child support.
He was not paying.
Ms. Garza, you'll be asked a question if you need to. Don't give us any answers to you. I mean, I just understood he retired or was laid off or whatever in August of 2019, and there are, you can see there seems to be some kind of interruption here between August and January.
Right, and I guess what I was going to point out is prior to that, all the child support payments had been exactly the same, made 2 or 3 times a month according to withholding. I understand that he missed a payment. I think he missed 2 months of payments.
Okay, I'll agree with that. It's not relevant to anything I'm doing today, so let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor. So when you testified earlier that he's in arrears $4,000, when was the last time, has he not paid $4,000 in child support? Can you recall when he has not paid $4,000 in child support?
In the beginning, there was like, he went through a half a year of not paying anything. When
So that was prior to your divorce decree. Sorry.
No, I'm talking about when we got divorced. He didn't pay for like a half a year in the beginning. Okay. And then he started making payments.
So any issues of bad child support are from 2015, is that correct?
I do believe he did not pay for a half a year, and then the month of when he left And he abandoned his truck and he abandoned his child for a month. That month, he didn't pay child support.
Let's move on to your relationship with your son. Do you put pressure on him? What kind of pressures do you put on him at home?
Sure. I don't put like pressure on him. I ask him to do his work, to get on his work. I do ask him to do chores around the house. Bear, I don't put pressure on him like, I do ask him to, clean his room, to help with chores around the house, to help with doing the yard. And as far as his schoolwork, I mean, as long as he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, I don't put, it's just a normal communication between a mother and a son in terms of living,
Does he appear to you to feel like overwhelmed?
Overwhelmed? No. He's a bit spoiled, I would say.
Does he appear to you have the anxiety that you heard Mr. Lewis testify to?
Absolutely not. I mean, in terms of like not wanting to be here or that persona that he's putting on, no. I mean, he has had anxiety about how this hearing is going to affect him going to school. He has had anxiety about that. And he has told me, I want to be where I can graduate with my classmates.
Is he on track for doing that right now?
Yes, he is.
Does he have to help care for your mom as well?
No.
Do you spend a lot of time with Kenny? What kind of time do you spend with Kenny?
Well, since the COVID, we have to distance ourselves because we are risking him bringing sickness in the house. But I spend time with Kenny here in the house, or we've gone for walks at Pflugerville Lake. I do communicate with him. We do have gone on evening strolls around the neighborhood. Bear knows I'm here. I'm here for him. If he I'm here for all of my children. And if he wants to communicate with me, we have that open relationship to where if anything is bothering him, he can communicate with me about it.
Is that something that he does with you?
Sure.
What's the last thing he talked to you about that bothered him?
Well, Judge, I'm going to object. I think that calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, may I respond?
No, let's move on.
Do you think that Kenny Sr. is a bad parent?
I think that he could be a better parent. I think that from what I gather, he has fallen into alcoholism and I know he smokes pot, but I think he could be a better.
Your Honor, I'm a pass witness.
Anything else, Mr. Lukowski, this witness? Ms. Garza, are you hearing us? You've frozen on us.
I don't have any further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a 15-minute recess and let the court reporter limber up her figures. I want to talk to the lawyers in chambers. So I'm going to move the three of us into one of the breakout rooms. Mr. Lukowski, can you call your client and ask her to log off and log back in, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
Mute, Judge.
We're off the record. You can relax. We're doing other stuff right now. And we got Kenneth Lewis. Looks a lot like an empty room to me. Let me see.
I can call him if it's easier to just confer with him on the phone. If
Yeah, I think it would be. Let's
okay, I'll just call him really quickly. And if you don't mind muting his box.
We're glad to do it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They won't let me mute him. He hadn't connected to audio yet. He's having trouble connecting. All right, now he's muted.
May I have an opportunity to confer with my client quickly, Your Honor, as well?
Sure. Okay. Here she is.
Judge, and it looks like from her video that she's muted, but that maybe she has Kenny there with her.
Yeah, it was pretty upsetting.
Paula, will you take your thing off mute? Paula, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Paula,
Is that done?
This is your son in the room with you?
Yes.
Is he
Well, no, he's in the other room, but he's
heard any of this proceedings thus far today? Is he
no, he's in the other room. I just want to help you. He just came to help me.
No.
Can you? Okay, so you can hear me okay?
Yeah. Are you going to call her, Mr. Mikowski?
Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna call Miss Garza right now. Paula, I'm gonna call you on my office line briefly. Okay. Okay, Judge, I think we're about situated. She's got Kenny situated in his own room away from her, and should be ready to speak with you.
All right, Ms. Hopi, where do we go from here?
Well, we would still like to have you confer with Kenny Jr.
All right, and I'm going to interrupt the hearing now. Jenna, I'm going to ask you to be in the room when I do that, but not to be transcribed, not to be taken down. I'm going to move the others of you into breakout rooms. Should get an invitation into your room there. All right. Click the right place.
Judge, are you going to stop the recording at this time?
Yeah, good idea. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.